Dude, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? You are first indeed. You are first indeed. I am currently dying. I'm debating bringing in the fucking fan next to me instead of keeping it far away. But yeah, I don't know. Welcome on in. Um, I know. I bought a new fan. I don't even think it's visible on. Yeah, it's not. I have a fan in the bag which is supposed to help, but it's not like it's too far away, and I'm debating just bringing it in and putting it on the side because that helps. But then the wind is blowing my hair too much, and then it's tickling my nose, and that pisses me off. So, you know, it's just yeah, it's a thing. Um, I would have a very windy hair looks. That is true. I kind of already does with this one, the one that is on the side. Um, but God damn, I am. I'm dying. I'm too hot. It's too hot. It's the thing that I don't understand. Is like the AC that I have used to be really good, and I used to like it a lot because it's officially capable to put my room at 16 degrees, but it's not doing anything. When it's like 37 outside, it's just the temps are not going down, and that's just bad. It's just bad. So yeah, I don't like it. You can kind of see the wind at times. Mm, not really. I might just yeah. It is. It is. It is. Um, my friend from the bakery told me earlier today that yesterday we were the hottest country in the world, recorded. Like in comparison to Saudi Arabia, some desert section, some Nevada slots in the US, and so on. France was hotter than all countries, which never happened before. And yeah, that that is just wild. But then, as I say every time, we just need to kill 2,000 people. Maybe 1,000 is gonna be enough, and that's it. The main problem is gonna go away. Like people that have boats, private boats, just get rid of them, and done. The climate is gonna just regulate. Well, wild. It's wild. I know. I know. It's crazy. But yeah, no, it's we need to. No, that's the thing. That's the real effector on the climate. Like it's that and private jets. Uh, so you just get rid of the yachts and rid of the private jets, and you're good. I guess technically speaking, getting rid of the private jets is not necessarily something that needs to happen, because you can have a jet. It's just you need to not use it every day. That's the that's the thing. The main issue with the yachts and the boats in general is that they need to run on a daily basis. Like they can't be idle. They need fuel and shit to work
Jan
run.
Lunge
So
just
that's
resubscribed for 28
yeah.
months. Elo.
Yeah, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the resub. 28 is a long time. Welcome back. I think I'm gonna bring in the fucking fan. It's too hot. the light and the shit is hotter than expected. Let's hope for the best. Feels, we're coming in. Huh. That's probably gonna be good. I'm probably gonna survive this. Uh, God damn, that's crazy. I just, it, I am dying so much, and it's like I can't think, I can't work. Yesterday I tried to work. I know it's crazy. Uh, I I came here and it was so hot that I couldn't do anything. Like I just couldn't physically think about what I had to do. I know what I need to do, but I just can't process anything, and it's just wild. And then this thing, it's on speed one now, and it's calling me how it needs. I have already eaten more ice creams. Yeah, I need to stop. That's the issue. But yeah, no, it's a wild temperatures right now, which is fine. It happens. The thing that is really the silver lining, as we say, is that it's gonna be what, a month or two, and then it's going to go back into the not so hot. It's still like a month or two, but you know, that's the thing. And then it will fluctuate. Like I think next week we are going back at like 25 tops, which is good. Which means that next week is the best time to buy an AC and so on. Like, you know, we're making sure that it's not over thought after. Um, but yeah, that's the thing that is kind of pissing me off as France, is that regularly the surrounding countries, aka Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, the UK, and so on, we are roughly delayed when it comes to the rain. So when it rain in Belgium, for example, I know that it will get rain in about a day delay type of thing. It's been raining in Belgium for the past week, on and off, obviously, but like not the past week straight. We haven't seen a single drop of rain here in, I think, 3 weeks. I think there was like a day where it kind of broke for like 15 minutes, and then it went back to dry. And it's just like that, everything just retained the heat so much that we end up with too much heat. It's crazy. Um I wish there was rain, and then we will have rain officially tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Tomorrow, we were supposed to see that tomorrow, and now it's on Sunday. God dang, it's delayed. But it's gonna be rain when it's like 30 degrees outside, so it doesn't change anything. Like it's not cooling things down as much as it should. So yeah. But on the story time of the day, this thing was acquired today. I went to the store yesterday morning, So I went there at 9:30 something, 9:40 something for the drugstore to buy some other things. And then I went to the shop that potentially have these things when it opened at 10. And when I arrived there, there was a woman that just took the last two um just in front of me. Like just she found it and she said, "Oh yeah, these are mine." And then she went away with it. So I couldn't buy it yesterday. So I went to the other store to see if I could find a fan. And same thing happened, like exactly the same thing. Not the same woman, obviously, but another woman just in like the pallets, the crates that was with all of the fans and so on that is in front of the cashier and so on. There was two on there, so I was happy that I could potentially get one. And when I approached, she said, "Oh no, I take these two." So no fans yesterday. I went to the other store, the one that is in front of it, and I said, "Do you have any fans like the one that is in the entrance?" And they say, "Yes, we do. However, they are only for the pre-order. So if you pre-order one today, you can have it tomorrow." But they had stock, obviously. So I couldn't get one. So I said to myself, you know what, I'm gonna there is a national fan shortage, yes. Uh, I said to myself, I'm gonna go back tomorrow, meaning today in the morning, so that I can get one. And I went to the last store first. They had new things, but they were marked up like a lot. Like they were at 99. Like one of them was at 99 bucks, the other one was at 199, which is crazy. Um, and therefore I said, well, that's not the one from yesterday, so I don't, first of all, I don't really like it, and it's very expensive, so maybe I'm not going to do that. So I went back to the first store for this one, and they had two things. They had another one that was like 200 bucks, which is expensive, but whatever. And then this one, which was like 86, I think, which is good. Like it's too expensive for what it is, but it's good. And so they just received them. So I took one, which is good. When I arrived to the cashier to just pay, they had ACs, like the big ass AC, like the one that I have, the mobile one that you can roll around your house and so on. And the girl said to me that they received 10 ACs and that they were already gone, and that the one that was behind the desk was a guy that is going to fetch his car, so that he can just take it. And the shop had been open for 7 minutes. So that should give you a bit of an idea of the shortage in question. It's a big shortage. People are just in need of fans and in need of cooling because, as we mentioned on Monday, 25% of French houses have AC, compared to 91% of Japanese houses have AC, and 80% of American houses have AC. So obviously we are not prepared. And last year, if I remember correctly, I don't remember the number exactly, but there were hundreds of deaths because of the heat. The old people most likely, and most often don't really have a way of cooling down, and they don't necessarily realize that they need to hydrate as much as they need to, so they end up just flatter than expected and just dead. Yeah. So yeah, my flat is tiny, like tiny, and the AC that I have is not big enough for the whole flat. So Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Ron, we're calling in. Thank you for the video. I appreciate it. I watched it this morning. Are you gonna just land on the side? Yeah, congrats. Um, and yeah, and for you specifically, right now, not right now, but like right now, the one that I was showcasing last week or last Monday, um, the this thing is available in in Germany. It's just Craftful. Come on in. It is going viral. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is buying. It's the only one that is good looking. um, and it's the only thing that is uh like powerful enough for some of the places that we have, specifically because it's meant to pull out bigger rooms. But that's interesting. But then again, in Germany, it's like 1,200-ish, I think, as far as I've seen. And and I haven't I mean it hasn't been available anywhere, and that is crazy. And the only place that I've seen it is some other stores that are just on in German soil, and it's crazy. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, the cable in question is 2 meters, so that's not that short, but it is short. I agree. I agree. Let me see. Is it rigged today? Might be rigged today. I don't know. Yeah, it's not. Oh, you mean the no, you mean the same thing as me. um, so the fact that I know the fucking name almost by heart is crazy. Uh, the, that cable, that thing is 2 meters, which is supposed to be pretty good in terms of length to be like next to a window. I don't think you have a window that is like uh so high, but it is kind of uh short nonetheless. But yeah, it's a pretty I mean it's pretty good. Bitch, that's not what we wanted to see. It's officially 2 meters. I don't know if that's really 2 meters, but yeah, that's not 40 centimeters. That's the thing. But it does look kind of uh also what the fuck? It does look kind of short in a way. So eh. But it's the only one that I've seen so far that is I'm gonna air quote this good looking. Most of the other ACs and portable ACs that I have, including the one that I have here, are just like disgustingly looking things, and it's not the greatest option. The best, not really, but like one of the best option that you have is if you have things like sliding doors, either vertically or horizontally. There are AC units that have uh, no need for the window to be open. You know, they close back down on the unit itself, or they close back down on the unit itself, depending on the direction. I wish I could have some of these, but that's just like not an option around here. French windows are not like sliding, sadly, which I wish, but no. But yeah, it is going viral. It won an awards as far as I'm aware. Um, and it is like a 2022/2023 uh kind of AC. So as I mentioned, one of the shop that is behind my flat has one and has had one for the past, like, I don't know, 3 years. And yeah, it's pretty good. It's tiny enough, but it's just out of stock everywhere. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Also, that video makes absolutely no sense. This thing, like right there, it looks like it's 6 meters, right about here. Like it looks like this shit is like very long. I don't think that's the case. I like that. That's 1 meter. That's two. That's three. So that's long. But yeah, god damn. Yeah, I've seen in some places where they are saying that it is discounted and it's currently at 750. And the 751 is the non IoT thing, so the one that is not connected to your phone or cannot be connected to your phone is like cheaper. And the regular one is most likely 999 every time, 999. But it's just like it makes no sense. And then if I look at um you know what? I could get there for no reason. Ruru, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Sorry. When you look at all of the other ones, uh this one is the only good looking one, as I was mentioning. The other ones are looking like this most of the times, and then these are just fans. No, no climatization happening, no AC. This one is kind of similar, but it's the same prices. And they are all saying that they are like minus 50% and shit. And I'm like, that's not true. That that's not true. And then the other one that are looking similarly are these. And what I have discovered is these ones, the very, very small one, are usually meant for vans and RVs and other like car stuff. So yeah, it's interesting, but still, for that price, yes, you can 100% get a real one. But you would need to drill a hole in the fucking wall to get access to this outside. And if you don't own the flat, then yeah, that's what I mean. That's the reason why the port split is currently breaking the internet. It's mostly because people that are renting can just install that and be good. Like the main reason why my AC is good is because the exhaust is in the chimney. So it's going out into hot air, like the hot air exhaust is within the chimney, which was supposed to be fire air. So it's like still meant for heat, we good. But yeah, I would rather have one of these, but then having the entire run of cables and other coolant and tubes and so on in the whole flat based on where it needs to be placed to be like working for both places that I have or both rooms. It's just not a good idea. It's just not a good idea. But then again, none of these look good. The only thing that we see most of the time is, I guess, if I go on Joy by potentially, I may have something. Um, Like these ones are the other one that I'm seeing, but I don't like the fact that this is a flat exhaust instead of a potentially ventilating exhaust, which has, you know, more options. But it looks like an alien stuff. I don't mind it, but yeah. Um, yeah, carry more money. Um, yeah, I mean that's the reason why my headphones right now are in noise canceling when I'm inside, because the fucking thing next to me is just it's screaming, and it's not enough to cool me down. So it's wild. It is wild. I'm still dying. Um, the thing that I was looking at yesterday as well was um, thermal blinds. So basically having some things like this that are meant to have somehow an insulation system that is a bit more graded than the regular, if you just think about them as a base point, like that's fine. But some of them have like a better thermal management system. And then again, I remembered that my flat is just absolutely underneath is metal, so it's not an option. Like just changing this would not change the outputs. So we'll see. But the big fan right there um, is is gonna help, I guess, in the morning to exhaust the hot air that is still in the house outside. That's the idea. Right now, as I mentioned, right now it's running at 1, and it has 9 speeds. So yeah, it does. So it cuts the heat. But for example, in my childhood home, we had big ass stone walls, and so the heat didn't really go through if the blinds were closed. Like if the blinds were there, it was doing like it doesn't do much, to be honest. That's the that's 9, which is give you a bit of an idea with the hair in front, so that you could you know uh, think about it. But speed two is good enough. Speed two is good enough. um, but yeah, with the blind and with the big walls, then yeah, that's good. That's a good way to stop things and stop the heat. The fact that I'm like underneath the zinc is it's just like not good. Like again, I that's basically my flat. So the entirety of this shit is obviously has been renovated since its inception, but it's still metal, and it's still like this since 18 something. Um, and and the insulation that we have doesn't exist. Like there is no insulation in the roof system. Like everything that is wooden in between the metal and the ceiling here, the insulation doesn't really exist, so it doesn't do anything. And it's just I don't understand why we didn't opt for something a bit different than this, because that is just like not practical. We used to have not clay, but uh, these. So stone. I don't know exactly how it's called in English. These things. Some people say shingles, but it's not shingles. Um, it is practical for maintenance. The thing is, we don't do any maintenance. Like every time that there is maintenance to be done, the entirety of the HOA is like, oh no, that's too expensive. I can't do that. We can't pay for that. That's not an option. So it's just, yeah, roof tiles is probably the thing. I don't know. Roof tiles seems like it's more of the yellow, the red ones, but maybe you're right on just tiles. I guess maybe it's just tiles. Um, but yeah, no, the thing is that is not fun, but fun. Um, when my dad was still alive, which is like it's been a while now, but when my dad was still alive and owning this flat and making sure that uh, things were happening in the HOA, he was already asking for the roof system renovation and refaction because I mean, we are on the last floor, so obviously we see and we hear things that, uh, you know, the rest of the people underneath don't really see and or hear. And that has been going on since roughly, I would say, the past 10 years, 2016, 2018, roughly. He's been asking for roof renovation and ensuring that we have like more insulation and so on. And every single year since I guess 2016, everyone has said no. And this year we pushed for renovation, and the entirety of the HOA said no again. I mean, not the entirety. Like most people were okay, but the two people that were uh, one person that basically, if they had said yes, it would have happened. Said, well, right now I don't have the funds to do that, so we can't. And that's so sad. Ah, that's good. I mean, it's good that the that Germany is putting some ruling around now. That my hair is gonna piss me off with this. It's good that the city and or the country is putting some ruling on that. One of the things that is pretty interesting as well is that the roofing redoing management, like rework and so on, this has some um, benefits. Like if you do insulation and you go with something that is more ecological and biodegradable and so on, and you have some subsidies in there, some subventions that can happen, so that the government is paying like 35% of the cost and shit. And because the building is not big enough, we are like, I think 15 square meters short of the size to be benefiting from these subsidies, and it's just like I don't get it. But I have a feeling that based on the heat this year, a lot more people are gonna buy ACs in the coming days slash months. And then next year, a lot more again. And there will be like if we had subsidies for insulation and refaction and so on, we wouldn't necessarily need the ACs. not that it's a bad thing, but it's just like, you know, not great. So, anyways, I'm still dying. All that to say that I wanted to work. I couldn't. I just like I had to stay on my bed, kind of flat, with the fan in front of me. Not this one yet, the small one, and it kind of worked. But it's just goddamn too bad. I The thing is, my AC is not working anymore. Like I mean, it's working, but it's not combating the heat as much as it should. Um, the fact that right now, if I put my arms here, the fan is helping and I'm good, but if I put them on my desk, they start to sweat. That kind of gives you an idea. It's yeah, sweating inside with the AC on is a bit of a weird thing. It's not. It's not supposed to happen. It's not. It's not how it's supposed to work. So yeah, and yeah, 38 in Paris currently. 37 is 38 roughly. Um, I mean, it's going to be 38 in about a minute. Um, and then it's supposed to go down, but I doubt. I doubt. Maybe Saturday is going to be okay because the morning is going to be at 23, so I would be able to kind of cool down the house. Sunday is going to be raining, so if it's raining all day, which is not going to be the case, but if it's raining all day, I may not be able to open the windows, which is not going to cool down the house again. So, god damn, that's gonna be that's gonna be complicated. Nonetheless, officially, um, officially config is today, yesterday, and today. We have some announcement, I think, that are supposed to happen, which is pretty interesting, and we'll see if there are stuff that can work in there. I know I'm supposed to have things there. Oh my god. Hmm. Cool. um, you have Patty Saturday, and they predict 15 to 20 of rain. That's good. That's good. That's that means it's gonna be cooler, I guess. I hope. We don't know. Uh so officially in there should be the event in about like I think an hour or two. And they say that it's starting on the 23rd, which is like yesterday. So that it makes no sense. Um and we'll see if they give us anything. Um yeah, it's crazy. Officially. 9 a.m., which is like in an hour, I guess. I guess it's gonna be roughly in an hour-ish, so that we will have some information to react to. We'll see if it works this time, like last time, but yeah. That's also yes. That that makes sense. It does make sense. Uh I wouldn't. And then going back to this thing, because you gave me the entire option, which is pretty good. There are some teeny tiny details in there that I've seen, and I'm like, might be better to change stuff. I don't know. But most of it is really cool. The behavior is really cool. There are some features that are like added that we didn't talk about before, which is good. But at least you have these. And then you just told me earlier that you were thinking about uh, on tap trigger the not no next button. I don't know if it makes sense. You might be clicking in between the two and hitting and the other one. Um, thank you. um, you might be clicking in between the two and hitting the other one that you didn't necessarily want it to tap on. So that's why the next button is potentially good. But nonetheless, this thing is really cool. The behavior of the selection is nice. The thing that I'm seeing on this was like you have shortening of words here and there, like creative whatever. I don't know exactly what it is not necessarily like on point. But other than that, everything is cool. Your simplification when it comes to the UI is really nice. And, it makes sense. It makes sense. Um, I didn't ask last time, but I may ask today. Why Dave? Is it the ADHD renaming system of calling it Dave? I think that's the thing. Maybe it is. I don't know. But nonetheless, UI wise, really cool. Presentation wise, yeah, okay. It's not. It's not the same thing. Um, the that thing is the video that propped it up a long time ago, I guess. A long time ago now. Um, so maybe, maybe maybe that works. God damn it. God damn it. that that pose right there, perfect timing. It could work. It could work. We never know. But yeah, no, that's what popped in my head when I saw this. So Toto, we're calling. Do you pronounce your name Tonton? Toto? Something else? I want to know. And then obviously you will not be able to tell me if it's like Tonton or Tonton. It's just that you're gonna write it the same way. So yeah. Work on it. I hope you're good. But yeah, no, the video is good. The content is nice. The loader stuff is Tonton. I see. The loading is interesting. I think there is something in the wave that is a bit delayed that might need to have a bit of a better amplitude of the thing when looking at this, but nonetheless it works. It works. But I like this. One of the things that I wanted to mention on this, specifically on the settings, because this is the place where most people are doing some mistaken UI stuff settings wise. So yeah. Tanvir, welcome back. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going on YouTube? I don't know if you're on the YouTube shorts or the YouTube things. If you're on the short one, you can't see shit, which I'm sorry about, but it happens. So the main point that I have here on the settings is that you have carded everything in a way that is like everything is a card, everything is a sub card, and it might not. I am melting as well. And so you might need to condense some of these to make like things make more sense. AKA maybe some of the customization going together as one card of customization. Anything that is related to the privacy and data related things like privacy, Apple Health, data, and so on, condensed into one section, so that it helps and not have like so many dividers that are like spaces. Other than that, it's pretty good. It works. It does the job. You have all the content that you need, and that's pretty cool. So I like that. How's life? Life is okay. I'm still trying to get some information from the potential freelancing clients that I have that has disappeared from the face of the earth, and I'm kind of sad about it. Um, the main reason why I'm sad about it is because they sent me an email. I replied in the 10 minutes. They replied 7 minutes later, which is like very fast. And then they ask me something, I reply, and everything goes well. And then we say, well, we probably going to work together, and therefore it will probably be easier to work through Discord for like async communication. So let's just meet up on Discord. We did that, and then after that, they took like 10 days to reply to one message, and then I replied to it. This was the 15th. It is the 24th, so it's been like a week, and they just don't reply, and it's kind of sad. Good thing is, we haven't signed any contract or anything, so I don't have work, but I would love to work for them. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Twitch is better, yes. um, yeah, I that's the thing that I said earlier. I think this might be good if you like, how can I say that? If you can ensure that the user is tapping on the right one. Because if I'm here and why is this not playing how it's supposed to play? If you are like clicking on one and then it happens to be the wrong thing, then you would need to just go back, and that's kind of or not necessarily good. So what I would potentially say is that this could become a selector as well, so that you can click on something and then do a selection post, like a reselection post selection. could work. Um, but you know, like that's without the next button is an option as well. It's it's good. It will work. It will do the work. And as mentioned on Monday, you don't have any navigation there, which is pretty cool. You do have added this thing, which is not necessarily the best option. I know why it's doing this. Um, are you are you the one coding this, or is Claude coding this for you? I don't I don't know well that. Let me see if I can just open it. Brace yourself. As always, this is probably going to break shit in the stream. We hope for the best. So you have a thing at the bottom, which I'm going to place. I need to keep that. So Claude is doing the thing. Cool. That's good. I'm not, this is the A6400 from Sony, with the Sigma 16mm 1.4 lens. Is way too expensive for what it is. So basically, what I'm saying is that here, if I could just pose this thing, that would be appreciated, but I won't be able to do so. You know what? I'm able to do so by doing that. Cool. Let me zoom in a bit and zoom in even more so that you can kind of read things. Not really, but in your card at the bottom, you have a container that is an H stack, which is obviously the thing that you wanted to have. That makes sense. It's the whole thing, so that's good. You have an image on the right, which is basically an icon, if I remember correctly, and this is probably going to be your uh, cross.circle. I think that's the name of that icon specifically. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It's followed by a substack of a VStack. So you have an additional VStack that is right here that contains your title. So this is just going to be a text with whatever the fuck is supposed to be in there, and I don't really give a shit around here. Like that's fine. Followed by a text, which is your subtitle. And the thing that you have done is that obviously, god damn it, obviously that subtitle is bigger than the title, but that VStack in question is extending. It has a max width of it has a max width of infinity, if I'm not mistaken. But in order to have things side by side, because on the other side you have your button, um, and that button with, just a random ass button. That button followed by that button again, and it's gonna have some issues because I don't have any fucking thing in there. It doesn't really matter. In order to have them on the far right, you probably currently have one of these. You probably have a spacer right there in your stack. What I would recommend you to do, which is something that Claude doesn't do officially or not natively, is that in there you just get your mean length to have an option of 0, meaning that even if there's not enough space, it's fine. Currently, as a default, if I'm not mistaken, the min length is 16, So if you just place it at 0, you will avoid, kinda, not really, but kinda, the fact that your good is wrapping to the next line and that your logged is way above. So log pretty good should be in 2 lines and that's it. And which I said cross circle instead of tick circle. That's crazy. And the reason for this is that your undo button is an undo button, and therefore they have spacing on both sides that needs to be taken into account. And that space around there is the same amount of space that is around here. So you end up with not the ability to showcase the good. But if you do min length 0, you end up with something that is going to be spanning properly um, where you need it to be. So that's the thing. I did again, still designer, not a dev. I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's the thing that I have had to play with in order to figure out exactly how to get my elements to aligned how they needed to be. So um, it's yeah, it's a good thing. Let me do a frame width of 80 and a height of 34 for some reason. Let's see how that looks. If it loads. If it loads. I doubt it. What am I missing? What did I miss? And yes, Tonto, we are melting. I mean, the fact that I had to buy a new fan, I'm looking at potentially buying a new AC. I'm looking at installing a truly new AC, like a proper AC unit in this flat. The only thing that is pissing me off is the fact that officially speaking, I'm supposed to ask the rest of the HOA if I can do that, and because I'm on the uh, one of the districts of Paris that has like historical buildings, I'm officially not supposed to. However, some other neighbors already have, so I might just do it for the sake of, whatever, and then camouflage the AC unit that goes outside. What do you mean? You are preparing 3,000 files. What happened? That's going to take a while. But yeah, that's the thing that I would change for that specific button at the bottom. You need coffee. I need iced coffee, I guess. I don't have iced coffee. I don't like coffee. I know. I know. It's crazy. Question for you though. How do you feel about like the new navigation thing that we talked about on Monday? The fact that there is no tab bar at the bottom, the fact that the settings are here, that maybe something else, like the timeline is around there. How does it feel in terms of usage? Is it good? Is it bad? Like it's um yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you that you would use it like 14 to 30 days out of the year. Um, the thing is, if you buy one like the one that I have, for example, which is reversible, it's doing heaters as well in summer, for example, in winter if necessary. And it's way like more silent than the other things. So you have like central heating and cooling system, which is a bit better. Um, and then you are good to go. Again, what would make the the biggest difference to any flat is the insulation on the walls and the ceiling slash roof, if you have access to the roof, to not have too much heat going out or heat coming in. And yeah, that is not something that the AC is gonna be able to fix alone. So I get it. I get it. Um, yep, same here. Main difference is that the sun is. Let me show you what I mean. Um, the also this is all over the place. That makes no sense. You are supposed to stay there. You go there. You will be not there. You will be closed and closed and closed, and then you can go here and you can come back there. Cool. my my flat looks like this roughly. Um, if I'm yeah, roughly. So here, very visible, black on black. I live somewhere around here, right? So the the flat itself is looking somehow um, like this, with a wall that is here and a wall that is there. I guess that would be the easiest to understand type of situation thing, where my front door is roughly there, and that's the flat, right? The thing is, I have a window here. I have a window here. I have a window here. Another one there. And another one here. Meaning that from 9, I'm getting sunlight directly, like sunrise, right in the main room, and then somehow along the line of like 10/11, this one is starting to cook as well as this, and then at 12, this one are taking over, and then from 14 roughly to 17/18, these two are just like sun all day. So it's hot. It's hot. And then the AC unit is right here with the chimney that is here. But for some fucking reason, the air that it can kind of cool down is I don't even think I can do that as a presentation, but like the cooling range is probably this. God damn it, we can't have one radius on this. So there is like residual output around here, but it's not giving anything. And the air for some reason doesn't want to pass here. So this room, which is my bathroom and kitchen, basically, is overheating because of the window, and air is not circulating in any way, shape, or form. So there is no like real way for me to have the AC air, cooler air, go in here. It's just it's just staying around here. And right now, because it's like way hotter than usual, the ability of the AC is basically this. And I have a fan here to move the air around that main room, but it doesn't move. Like it stays. My desk is right here, and it basically stays right there because I have like one fan on each side and the AC right behind me. So it's just like that teeny tiny circle is okay. But if I go on my bed right now, I'm gonna sweat. Like it's crazy. And it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And it used to be good. It used to be like a pretty neat system, and the AC was working well and so on. But yeah, not anymore. That's a more realistic size for the kitchen. It's tinier. It's yeah. If you want the details, we also have a wall right here that is on a diagonal for some reason. which which app? The music one? I mean, I guess. Yes. Are you in the same situation as me, as in you can't because it's too hard and just you can't do anything? Your brain doesn't cooperate. That's the case. Um, and Rome, for you specifically, uh, it's mostly going to be for you. If it works, as in you start up, you log the moves, and then you're done with it, I feel like this is pretty good. You might want to get into, um, technically speaking, most interestingly, app clips and what's the name of this thing? Uh, Dynamic Island extension thing. I forgot the name. But basically, there are some apps that gives you the ability to get a portion of the app itself within the dynamic island so that you can do something really quickly. So it can be typing some text, entering some data, and so on. Then it's pretty cool. So uh, yeah, you could take a look at that. And yes, share me a link of your app so that we can take a look at it. Link, website, things, whatever. There is a thing, Jerome, that is um, Apple. It's not app clips, but app clips is for the App Store, which is not the thing that I want to have. Um, eh, uh, it's not a shortcut. It's it has a name. It has been announced in WWDC 26, and it's a way for people to get access to your app without being in your app. So it's just like at specific time of day, for example, your app would trigger a notification, and instead of typing the notification and opening the app, to just open in the dynamic island with anything that you need. So the mood selector, for example, maybe the badge selection and so on could be in there as well. I just don't remember the name, and it will come back to me in about, I don't know, 6 hours, probably, when we end the stream. That's the usual. But yeah, what's the name of this thing? It's a bit of a communication between the app intents and Siri, but not Siri directly. I forgot the name. I will figure it out. So you're saying, you are saying no marketing material around it yet. Make an account and you should have notification ready. I see. Already. You have so much things that are like, you're gonna get a lawsuit instantly with this. All right, cool. So you have the 2018, 2019 A/B testing Spotify layout. Probably don't know what it is, but it is very similar. It is currently close to what we currently have in the Spotify app, which is fine. But you are using the green, which is similar to Spotify, which is potentially not as good. And then you're also using that logo, which is very similar to the Deezer logo, and not in a bad way, but like in a be careful kind of way. On another note, before I click on anything on creating an account or whatever, I can see that there is corner radius issues right there. And then this makes sense. I need a sign-in to get access to the content, which makes sense as well. Interestingly, my likes is giving me the login to Wavespace full login system. The feed isn't. I feel like you should probably, if not logged in, you should probably give me the same thing so that it's coherent. Probably also have like a bit of a banner that says login now. That would make more sense. Yeah, so your feed and your playlist have the same kind of layout. Your likes and your collection have the same kind of layout, but they are not exactly behaving. So that's the thing. This one is to collapse the left section, and this one is to collapse the right section. These buttons should be inside of the panels themselves, or inside of the main panel here. You have the option to reorganize shit, which then is probably going to break. Yep, that's what I thought. It's interesting. Reorganization is interesting, but you know, that's pretty good. You can change the volume. You have a proper 2026 slider, so that happens. This one is kind of weird, but that's fine. These buttons are not centered, but that makes sense. You're missing one. Basically, you have the shuffle and repeat. That should be either side by side or on each side, which is kind of weird. And then this one is, if we go through the logic of any other app, the repeat one is on the second click. So you click once, you have repeat. You click a second one, you have repeat one, which is like loop the current song. Then you click a third time and it just disable the thing. So I would probably recommend that you enable that. But yeah, there's a like button if I'm logged in. Mm, I see. I see. I can click on artists. I have visuals of stuff. I'm still, again, I'm on purpose not making an account so that I see how a non-logged in person could see the things. If it's good in not logged in, it's probably going to be good in logged in. So that's the main reason. You have two buttons right here that are going to have two different sizes. These two, the follow and the more menu, have the same size, but not this one. So that's a weird system. Um, but it's fine. And then flashbang for everyone. You have a nice transition right here, and you didn't use that nice transition for the rest of the app. I feel like this would be better if it wasn't as instant. I think Yorker is the one where we have something very much similar. Um, as in, if I switch theme, the app is gonna like kind of not slowly because it kind of glitches, but it does fade a bit better than other things. Um, what details. So I'm easing on the fade of the content, like basically the same easing that you have on the gradient. Like it's great. It takes the right amount of time. It takes the right transition to just move from one direction to the other. But the rest of the app is just instantly white or instantly black, and that's kind of the thing that is not as good. So I can still like because I'm not logged in, it doesn't work, which is interesting, but it's still present. And I'm seeing something, and then I'm gonna create an account. So here I'm seeing that you're using a very specific font, which is not necessarily the font that people are expecting there. This is very much code related. And then here you're not using the same font. Like that title should be that font, and that subtitle artist should be the same font here. So there is a bit of a misalignment in design when it comes to your typography here and there. Not that it matters that much, but it does. Um, like you need to make sure things are understandable and recognizable from at a glance, that the font are the same, and the branding, which is in the typography, is going to be working. Interestingly enough, clicking on the register button didn't do shit. Hmm, that's a nice transition. Something's weird. Let me. Stream is gonna lag. I'm telling you right now. What is bothering me here? Eh, I guess that's the issue. Okay, cool. um, so your step is moving in the wrong direction. That's why my brain is kind of took look at it and said, "Ooh, that's not working." So basically, it's going to the right side, and then your next step is coming from the right side. So you are basically expecting this step to go out left, and this one to come in from the right to the left. Like, I mean, basically for visual purposes on the right for my hands and so on. Um, you want them to go in the same direction. So that's the thing that I saw that just break my brain. So if it was like this, that's fine. But anyway, small details but important. Um, can I one letter things? Interesting system. Ah, you can't have single character things. Chipulis, what coming? How's your day going? So, all set, everything is good. I don't have any email verification to do, so that's an interesting thing. I fear that this might bite you in the butt at some point. Maybe. Just by the simple fact that anyone can create an account and you don't have any verification so that you don't purge your database and your user base. I am Team Clerk and WorkOS for managing authentication because I don't think any of my product is going to pass 50,000 users for Clerk and a million users for WorkOS. So it stays in the free tier. If you need something, if you know that your thing is going to have like way more than 50,000 users, then yes, managing your own authentication system makes sense. But uh, other than that, not a not necessary to manage oath yourself. Um, anyways, I'm now in. I thought I would see a like button. Um, I see. Um, Superbase has authentication as well. Yes. The issue that I have with Superbase is that in the free tier, not self-hosted, you basically only have one project. So if you, for some reason, have an ID for something else, you end up with something that is just gonna cost you $20 compared to things like Neon, which is similar to Superbase, that provides you with 100 projects that you can do. And it also, if I remember correctly, contains a version where you can have authentication logs to your Neon database. So potentially a bit of a better things. Better auth is good. It's simple. It works. I don't want to manage anything. And even though I had to like make sure that my authentication system was good and not broken, using Clerk to manage all of that was just like so much easier for me to not think about it much and just get access to that page and be like, cool, that's the thing. Let me just log in and we done. It's just that easy. Um, and also, if you are like me and you say, um, I'm gonna create an account with email and password, and then I'm gonna log in with Google. If you do that with Better Auth, if I'm not mistaken, you would end up with two users. If I do that with Clerk, Clerk is smart enough to realize that, oh yeah, that's the same email address, or oh yeah, that's the same user. Let's bundle them together, and that's like one user. So that's one of the things that one of the reasons why I kind of like Clerk better, but also I get it. It's not free, so if you want everything free, I get it. It makes sense. Anyways, other than that, you now have this, which is cool. I now have a notification. I have a reward. um, 8 hour and 20 minutes of listening time promo credits. This is wild. I'm gonna trash your business model more than I'm gonna trash your design. That's what I see. Um, I I need to buy credits to listen to music. You know what? That's going to be important and interesting. Um, you sent me the link, which is, I'm guessing, the link of the app and not necessarily the link of the landing page, which would have explained what I'm about to sign up for. So that's a bit of a different thing. But right here, I am so surprised that I need to buy credits to listen to things that it could just push me away. Because I don't really understand. So there might be a system in there that you need to explain so that people figure out what credits mean, because in the current state of the internet right this instant, credits is for AI related stuff. And therefore, it will sound as if you were saying that I have AI credits to be able to listen to music, which is not the case, and I understand that. If it is something along the line of credits are a way for the platform to pay the artists, like the artists that are in there are basically receiving the credits that you are spending on them by like you buy 300 minutes of listening per month. You know, like that's interesting. And that if I'm listening to Skrillex, then Skrillex is getting the money and no one else is getting the money, so I'm basically supporting the artist that I like directly. If that was explicitly said right here, that would be really good. Like right at the top of your listening or something, so that I understand what I'm getting into if it's not already in the landing page. If you explain that in the landing page, or it's like one of your main differentiators compared to the rest of the apps, which seems to be the case, then yes, it's not necessarily here or not needed here. But if you start in and I'm getting my promo gift, which is 3,000 credits, then it kind of means that I would probably have like an understanding of what these credits are going to be used for. And then what I would love to see, but obviously I haven't done things, and it might happen. I just don't know about it. Um, can I give credit? I don't know. I don't think so. Let's just play that without the sound. Um, what I would love to see is in my own credits related thing. So I guess it's going to be in my top up for me. I would love to see where I spent them. Uh, so having a thing that says this month's, for example, you spent, I don't know, 10 minutes listening, which again, I no, I probably I would burn through this in about a day. So that might not be sustainable in terms of the amount that you're giving me. Um, Nonetheless, I would love to see, oh yeah, you spent X amount of credits on that artist, X amount of credits on that artist, you have X amount of credits remaining that is roughly equivalent of that amount of songs or that amount of minutes played. The best thing um that I think would be good here is to have not necessarily a per minute type of credits, but maybe a per song or per um, something else, because that's important. But yeah, props were coming in. God damn.
Props_TV rated my stream with 35 viewers.
Is it too hard for you too, and you decided to cut the stream short? I get it. I get it. Welcome on in. I hope the stream was good. As always, for those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. It is officially config, which is the announcement of Figma. I think it's supposed to have be starting somewhere around now, I guess. But yeah, that's the thing that we're going to talk about today, officially. And we'll see that. But I hope your stream was good as always. And if you need to raid and run, please do that. If you need to raid and stay, please do that as well. That's appreciated. And if you need to go to the stream, to the pool, same thing. Please do that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, Kiani, we're going in. And Maddie, we're going in. Ah, that's good. That is good news. That is good news. Dude, that thing is officially supposed to start like somewhere around now, but apparently it's not. God damn it. Piss me off every time. Every time. This is PDT New York Times, or is PDT California stuff? I don't know. I never know. Yeah, officially today is config. It is too hot. Again, I just bought this thing. It's a small fan, so that I can cool down a bit. And then on the other side, which you can't see, there is a small fan, and then behind me, kinda, there's an AC unit type of thing, like a mobile one on wheels. It's hot. I'm dying. I'm dying. Do I have any idea of what it will be in the Figma announcement things? I have none. I think it's gonna be either they're gonna announce things that They have been announcing for the past 2 weeks and forgot that they had an event happening. Um, or they are going to announce shit that Illustrator had since 1989, like they did last year, basically. Or, for once, they're going to implement things that we've been asking for, but I have so much doubt. I have so much doubt. Um, I mean, again, the one of the announcements that they had in 2024, if I remember correctly, was um, we now have Figma Draw, right? That was, I think, 2025 maybe. We now have Figma Draw, and in the Figma Draw thing, one of their point was you can now decide to have a different type of line, aka dynamic lines and brush lines. And this is Illustrator stuff. So I looked up since when did we had brush line things in Illustrator, and I think it was 989, 1989, um, which is wild. So yeah, you think it's 18? I guess yeah. In 3 hours, god damn it. So it's LA time. LA time is 6. I thought it was New York time. Fuck. So that's gonna be for later. Um, but yeah, other than that, I want them to announce the thing that they've been acquiring. Like that's the thing that I talk about every time, and it's just Modify is a shader based um like animation system that they have, god damn it, they have acquired, and they have acquired that tech in
WebDev2 is now
2025.
following.
WebDev to you. What, Colin? How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I'm expecting you to come from props, but we never know. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So they have acquired that fucking thing in 2025, and they haven't really implemented anything shader related other than the liquid glass since that time. So I'm kind of sad about it. So I'm expecting potentially, with the fact that paper is the current competitor with a lot of kind of shaders in them, that probably going to push them to use that. That's one of the thing. They also have another thing that is called Board, and Board was a collaborative IDE. So a way for people that are not necessarily designers to have an interface that looks like the thing that you can have for the devs, and you had things that were pretty good. And then Figma just said, we are getting you in. And so far, we haven't seen a single use, I would say, of that tech in the new interface of Figma. So that I want this thing to be in because they have the Figma Make stuff that has some sort of an IDE-ish. And if you could have multiple people in a Figma Make file and use that properly, that could be very interesting, so that you can see them in the code and so on. But it's kind of weird. So I these two things could be interesting. And then when we look at the actual things, I think I bookmarked that. I may not have. We need to talk about this, by the way. But if we go into the Figma account itself, they have been talking about that thing. of special treat before the complete keynote, saying that the agent beta is now available for everyone. I've been using it. It's good. It's not bad, but it's not great either. So that's the thing. And they've been talking about stuff, but most of the stuff that they've been talking about haven't been really groundbreaking, at least not to me, not so far. So I don't know. The expectations are really low, as always with Figma. I hope they build something that I'm like, oh wow, I need it there. But I doubt. And as a quick reminder for the people that are kind of new and haven't seen that said before, in 2024, kind of. In 2024, I started to build my own app using Cursor and Cloud Code and so on. And that was like August, and I basically started to be very much more active in November. And then 2025 was like a full year of just mostly code and not really going into anything else. And 2026 is a bit lacking because everything is way more expensive. So it just pissed me off. Nonetheless, I started doing Figma plus code plus Figma plus code plus Figma plus code plus code plus code plus code, and I kind of stopped touching Figma. So it's there because I need it, and it's really useful when I need to showcase some stuff. But the amount of design work that I'm doing in it is extremely limited. And when I need something that is just to be transferred into the code, it's gonna be as boring as this, or as simplified as I can make it simplified so that it makes sense for me, and then I can explain that to an agent that's going to take over and do the implementation for me. So it's like most of these things have been just done either after the fact or as small elements, but not like full design things. So that's another thing that is very important, I think, to remember that I have a feeling that most designers um, that are interested in building their own things have kind of stopped using the canvas stuff. So yeah, I hate paper, but I have beef with them. So my bias against them is uh, unfounded but founded. So I don't have anything great to say about it. I've been building Can, which is an app to learn Japanese vocab. And the last one has been, or one after that was been Perfume, which is an app for your perfume collection. And then I built Ban, which is a link in bio type of thing, where you can have a more fun interface compared to Linktree. And that's a direct reflection on simply Linktree acquiring bento.me and then killing it. And therefore BanMe is there. So these are the apps. These are the apps. Um, so the beef about paper, because it's gonna need to be in there. You need to understand why I don't like it. Um, in in the beginning, paper was showcasing. Um, I should just Wayback Machine paper.design because that's probably gonna help. Let's do 2024 December. All right, let's see if that's a bit better. Um, no, I'm using so for Can being cross-platform, not really, but like being dual platform, I'm using native on both. So I have two code bases, one in Swift and one in, oh god damn it, this is so shit. And one in uh, and one in Kotlin. Uh, and then for Perfume, because it's just on iOS, then Azure Swift UI makes more sense. Load Wayback Machine. I love you. I know you are in need of funding and so on, but I'm also in need of showcasing things. While this is kind of trying to look for stuff, um, I about when was that? About I feel like it was a year ago, if not more. Let me. Yeah. So 2025. That's the biggest beef that I have with paper. In 2025, I got not a sneak peek, but I got like a an access to paper on its own. And this is how things were looking. So the UI was very simple. You had tools on the side. You had some very basic elements on both sides. When you added something, you have your inspector. Everything is fine. That makes sense. This is the basis. I think I'm talking about it somewhere along the line of um, right here. But basically, the main issue that I have with it is the fact that the landing page was looking like this. So they showed me something right there that I'm trying to have in Wayback Machine that contained layers, assets, tokens, a lot of tools, very interesting design, very cool layout when it comes to the inspector and so on. And then the UI within was the absolutelyest trashiest thing that have ever existed. So, from a point of view, of an external point of view, uh, getting this, which was, I think, this was the original landing page before it kind of changed in the beginning of the year, um, was a bit of a misleading marketing things from my point of view. So I do have a bit of a beef with that based on this impression. And this was a year ago, so 2025. In 2025, October, September, October-ish, they did an announcement saying that they were getting out of the beta sessions and so on. And nothing had changed. Not a single thing in the app itself had changed. So when I opened it to test it out again, the layout was the exact same thing. The capabilities were the exact same thing. The only thing that they changed was they removed the feature and they bettered the MCP slash AI integration that they had. And then they did another announcement earlier this year, and nothing has changed except basically one thing. Like this UI was something that we were expecting, and then we still don't have this. Um, and the only thing that came up was this. And when you look at Twitter specifically and other social medias and other platforms, the only thing that is talked about paper is gas face. What on is this that animation at the top that designers are like, oh, that's so cool, and that's it. And if you look for let's just paper design thing, you will see that shader. Um, and I guess I need a dot design in order to kind of centralize. But every time they are talking about a shader, the only one that we see is the liquid metal shader. Like there is no other thing. The other shaders that they have in the app are shit. Like this one is the liquid metal. Have a good rest of your pool day. Props. Take care of yourself. Thanks so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. And we'll see you soon. Maybe we'll check the chat style later. I don't know. But yeah, like that's the liquid metal, and on top of that, they just have added dithering effect. Um, that is the liquid metal thing. Um, and it's just like it doesn't make any fucking sense. And so when you look at that as a from an external point of view, and I think I talked about it at some point. I had the CEO of Paper as well reply to me, and I was like, I don't trust you either. Dapshi, hi, what morning? Uh, it's just like I have weird vibes about the CEO, and therefore I'm not really um, like the biggest fan. But like that's the experience that I've had. It's just like in the beginning, people were saying this is going to take over Figma, and I tested it, and I was like, this is never going to take over anything. And then they showed one shader, and then they showed the same shader, and then they showed the AI loading. So I asked, like, what am I missing? And the CEO said, we launched Paper Desktop and so on, kind of marketing things, which is good. And so I just replied, yeah, but like there's nothing of substance when it comes to paper on its own. I haven't heard people say it's good or it's bad. Like it's just it's there. And the reply that he had specifically the CEO was like that's your reply? Really? As the CEO of the company, you give me this? All right. So with all of that, I mean, it's fine. But then at the same time, roughly in the same months ish, this popped up, and weirdly enough, it's basically the same thing as paper, and they have an amazing pricing because, uh, like, I mean, the tool does nothing if it's not plugged to an LLM that exists, and so they are giving it for free, open source type of thing, which is pretty cool. And Pencil is really good, and it does the exact same thing as paper, except the shaders. Like the shaders are not in there, but you can build things with multi-agents. You can create like dashboards with multi-agents and see them work at the time. As long as you have a Claude or Codex subscription, it's gonna work, and it's free. So obviously, I got steered toward um, toward pencil more than the rest. But then Figma has added the Figma MCP to have the ability to just like build directly from code to um like to Figma, and therefore paper has became irrelevant from my point of view. Um, and congrats on lending, got they? Twice today. That's crazy. Uh, and that, like overall, the fact that this whole system um, is like HTML first, you know, which is basically what you're saying. Um, I mean, technically, Pencil is HTML first as well, the same way that that Pencil is, which is the same that the fucking thing from Pablo is as well, which I don't think I'm gonna find. Um, Pablo has done had created a thing for building things, AI code, whatever, but I forgot. Um, I think it's Effecto. Yes, I think it is Effecto. Um, but they all look and feel the same in the outputs. So Wonder is a bit better when it comes to some of their usage, but it's also like not great. um, and again, and also you talked about Design MD earlier. I don't like that either. Um, the main point and main thing that I had and that I said many times is this behavior of agentation, because that's basically what it is. That behavior of clicking somewhere and giving feedback makes no sense. Will never make sense. This is not how it's supposed to be. The way that we want the things to work is basically if I'm here and the main color is this, and I go click on it and I say, let's change this color to this, it should have changed the CSS. By the simple fact that I pressed enter from the inspector or from my agent slash ID thing, the CSS should have been updated automatically because that's what I just did. I selected a new color from here, and therefore my CSS file should have been updated. But that's never the case. And that's the thing that I want to have, I guess. I don't want to have to reprompt through a new model of something. I just want to say, oh yeah, I went into the code and I went into the design mode, um, and when I moved something in the design mode and I did this, it just repositioned itself properly based on the CSS. Like it changed the CSS in question. Like if for some reason I'm selecting this thing and I'm saying, oh yeah, we have spacing that is at 16 now. Just I wanted to check that. It just does the thing. And so when you look at things like code design, they have I think it's called tweaks. I think it's tweaks. So you have controls on the side where you can just move things around, change the spacings and so on. And if you decide to keep one and you press enter, it's going to send a message to Claude to say, these are the new settings that you need to take. No, that is not how it's supposed to work. It's just supposed to edit the file itself, directly because I gave the correct thing. The current file that is displayed is the correct thing. So that has always been my issue, and I've done the same thing with Google Stitch, which I hate for many reasons because they acquired it from Galileo and it was shit and it's still shit. When they decided to implement the better version of Google Stitch, which is better than the previous version, they had something where they said you have your design system, the design.md thing, you can go edit it manually if you want. And the thing is crazy because when you're looking at it working, it works. I know, it's crazy. Um, but if I find the video in question, I think it's one of the latest one that I had. It is the last one that I had. In the switch of color, I think we've done that somewhere around here. I think, yeah, right there. So I decided to change the color here, and what you see is that while I'm switching things, this thing right there is changing. So it can work. It it does work. It's perfectly working. But then I pressed enter, and it moved out, and it started working and changing the color manually, as in through a prompt. That makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. And then it had to regenerate the screen again, even though it is supposed to be something that is coded. And it makes no fucking sense. Like it's a waste of time. It's a waste of tokens. It's a waste of resources. When again, the reality of things is just, oh yeah, user change color, user change spacing system. That's it. Like when you're selecting an element and you have like, I mean, you know the things like uh, the message group, for example, has a ton of variable classes and so on, and they are obfuscated for security reason. Uh, if I were to say with a visual editor, let's change the margin bottom or the margin top with something a bit different, and let's remove that, change this, whatever. It's done. Like the CSS file is there, and so if I just press enter, we're good. Anyways, building it together, I don't think I would have the brain. I mean, I do have the brain, but I don't think I would have the willpower to build something like this. Um, but it is what needs to happen. It's just for at least for designers. Froskeys, hi, what morning? How are you? How have you been? Um, it it's like I know exactly how things are supposed to be working and what would work, but it would work for designers. It would not necessarily work for devs, and it would potentially work for some people that are not technical. But yeah, Josie, hi, what's going on? But for me, it's just like if you have an element that is with a class that says dot post, like post media or something, whatever, and the user goes in and modify the visuals of that, they are currently actually switching and tweaking the CSS. And then you need to send all the modification that I've done to an agent. No, no, never. So I do understand that the fact that Figma being a React Canva type of thing and not a truly HTML CSS thing, even though it kind of is, but not really, um, is one of the reasons why we have a bit of an issue with the CMS, not CMS, uh, the MCP and the agent working in it because it's not a language that it's understood. And it's the same for me as someone that is building things in Swift UI when I'm trying to pull Swift UI code to the visual side, aka on Figma. It just can't. So what it does is it takes the Swift UI code, it transforms it into a React-based web page so that it can then scrape the layout. That makes no sense either. So there's a bit of a there's a bit of an issue there. But other than that, um, it's fine. Um, yeah, but pencil is HTML first, paper is HTML first, if I remember correctly. Effecto, which is the thing that I think is the one in question. Um, Effecto with a K with an E. With a C. Yeah, that thing. It's supposed to be like that. That bar is supposed to go away, but it's still there. It still doesn't work. So sad. It's so sad. But then going back to, I don't think I have the brains. I don't think I have the brains to be able to explain what the agent is supposed to do and what the system is supposed to do in parallel in order to work together. Like there is something where in the current loops that we have, the agent is going to have to read the entire file in order to understand where they are, what has changed, what has not changed, because otherwise it's getting into something that is like roughly um, I mean every time I do an edit manually and then the agents try to do an edit as well, it it's an error because the file has changed and therefore it's not the exact same thing, it's not the same line and so on. So yeah. Um I think the reason why I'm saying it would need an agent is because any programs and software that is coming out right now needs to have like AI integration in order to be like VC capitalist um, funded. So that's that's the thing, and therefore there is a need for an agent. But in reality, it's the same thing as uh, I think it's we had that discussion with Davshi on this app right here of ChatGPT. There is something in there that is pretty interesting, but the system doesn't need an agent at times. Um, and and that's the thing. Like it makes sense, it works, it could be good to use the agent to do the thing because it feels like it's a new features, it's a new tech, it's a new thing. But in reality, three buttons do a better output. Um, so, it, yeah, no, I know that AI won't train for you, but it's like based on what we had talked about here, the plan switching from Monday, like if I need to tweak my plan and so on, doing it directly inside of the chat makes sense. It's burning credits and so on, but doing it directly here by having buttons and saying, "Oh yeah, I don't like this," or "That machine will not be available in my gym," or my gym, or I don't know what that is. Let me suggest something else. If it's just like not AI based and just button based, it's going to be a better experience for the user, or at least I think, um, because it's just better. I don't know. Sorry, hair is distracting. Let me just be right there. uh, but yeah, like that's the thing that I have in mind as well, where these tools are good, and no, I prefer having a search. Like it's it's very much that easy for me of okay, your recommended exercise is basically part of that parent company or parent section category thing, meaning that in that same section and category you would have other options, and the AI has looked at the list of things and said, well, technically this is the best candidate, so I will use that to balance with the rest of the workout. But it already has shortlisted roughly 10, maybe 5 exercises that could have been good for that specific use case. And if the user says, "Oh, I don't really like this," you can simply say, "Okay, so user don't like this one. Let's see the next 3. Is there one of them that looks good for you?" But it's part of the same thing. And if the users say, "Yeah, I like this one," then it just picks that. And if that's like, if they say, "No, there is nothing that please me in these 3, it's just going to give me a search bar that goes on the entirety of the category with the entirety of the section. So if it's like back and shoulder exercises, it's going to be pre-filtered on back and shoulder exercises, not the entirety of the exercises that exist. And it's just like so much easier to just say, "Oh yeah, I need like a cable back row, whatever." And it wasn't the recommended thing here. It's just like I do prefer compound movements, and therefore, if I go with a cross cable, um, like real delt extraction things, like the fucking goddamn it, the fucking egg stuff, um, I can just say that, and it works. I mean, I don't know if it works, but it could work, and it would be like in the search and so on. So for me, it's just easier to not ask through the chat, specifically when it's not necessary. So that's the reason. But again, for the agent thing, I do agree that we don't necessarily know what the platform and the design and the code is going to be in 2 years. Based on the speed at which things are moving right now, I was about to agree with you in the sense that I don't know exactly how things are going to look in like 6 months from now, based on the speed. But then, um, most things right now are just de-AI-ing their project. So they are removing the AI systems from their project mainly because it costs too much. It costs them too much. Users are not using it. And the only people that we know that are using AI on a roughly daily basis are devs. Like I don't know anyone else than people that do code that use AI for productive use case on a daily to weekly basis. Like most people that are using AI for stuff are AI being LLMs and generative AI, not machine learning and so on. It's a different system. But it's just the devs. Like it's a very, 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 very small sub portion of the population. The AI labs don't have enough user base to uh, like support them. Um, yes, but still no. I don't know if you remember. It's been a while. You may have not seen it. I don't know if I will seen it, if I will find it. Um, Percentage. There is a very common. Yeah, that's the image that I have in mind. Um, they say that each dot is 3 million people. And this is from, I think, February 2026. So, like, not so long ago, but kind of. Um, this is the portion of the population worldwide that has never used chatbot, LLMs, generative AI in general. Like, they have no fucking clue. The green ones are the one that are using chatbots and the free tier of things. The yellow one are the one that are paying, and the red one are the one that are using um, like a more complex things for like your own Pi infrastructure for your CLI or your Hermes agents and so on. So most people don't really have anything in there. And the one that are using chatbots as a glorified search bar is very not the majority of people. So still, there is not enough adoption, and that's why the companies are going to kind of, I mean, they are starting to freak out. So based on the fact that the majority of the people that have used it are kind of against it, and there is a very anti-AI sentiment specifically because of the visual generation of AI. So AI images and videos are not really the most welcome thing. I don't know if in 5 years we will have AI models anymore. I feel like there are some tech that's going to remain, but not in the same way that we know them today. Um, Yeah, I mean, actually, I do understand the benefits of your app compared to the others, the current things. You are simplifying the experience itself. I'm just saying that there is a difference in between centralizing the content and providing a user-friendly experience rather than just ChatGPT is an AI chatbot for your gym and centralize everything and you can organize and track and so on. But there are some features that don't necessarily require you to have an agent and or chat about it. Not necessarily, not directly, but yeah, nonetheless, that's the same thing. God damn, I don't like the wind. um, so overall, going back to the original beginning of this chat, I do think that creating a platform slash design file slash code file that combine the visual and the code and an AI agent at the same time is something that is kind of required, but it's also impossible in some specific scenarios, which is currently not touched. Meaning that right now, AI models are really good at creating React stuff, JavaScript, and so on. But if I'm building an app in Swift UI, I can't really have like there is Bitrig, um, but that's the only thing that I know of that is like an AI agent that does Swift UI visual stuff. But it's not. I mean, why not? But I still need to go through the chat to do any edits. And so what I have here is that is not good. Like I would love to be able to click on title and then double click on it, change the text, and it changes the text right there. Like that's the dual direction that I want to have. And pencil is kind of this, in a way. I'm guessing based on what you said, I'm guessing paper is kind of this as well, not exactly, but kind of. And it might be good, but I so much don't trust the fucking CEO that yeah. I would not attempt anything with paper. I Something is missing. I have a weird vibe with CEOs in general. Like when I see, I'm gonna say something weird. When you see the AI Labs CEO, Dario is the creepiest of creeps, and Sam is the cleanest of all so far, but it's still like there's something about both of them that is just like not normal, that they shouldn't be part of uh, building product that is used by so many people and impacting the decisions, because that's not beneficial. They are not doing that beneficially. So yeah. Anyways, uh, so yeah. Other than that, system of you need to have visuals and code basically tied together, and if I do changes on the visual, it goes into the code. If I do changes in the code, it goes into visuals, and that makes sense. um yeah, I do agree with that emergent problem thing. Emergent problem solving. I do think that the current way that we are building with AI in general, for some people it depends, obviously, but um, it's like the best practice in order to get the best output is to have model A be reviewed, like create something, be reviewed by model B, and then based on review, model A is doing some changes. So this looping thing is something that we do in some specific agents, in some skills, which again, I have a bit of a beef with that. Um, but it kind of works. The issue that I have with that, with your message specifically, is that based on right now, the AI has been trained on everything that we have created. So if we are not there anymore, they can only, based on the current system, they would only be able to reproduce the thing that they have done themselves. And therefore, there is a stagnation point. So figuring out new solutions for things that human couldn't find solution to before is going to be a bit more complicated, mainly because um, it's like the initial thing from the AI is that they are taking the human creations in order to create something new, which is basically just a mix up of everything that already existed, which is the same thing that we are doing on our own. But the thing that I haven't seen yet, and I hope to be proven wrong at some point, but right now I haven't. The way that my brain works, or don't work depending on the day, but the way that my brain works is that it's going to make connection with things that are potentially 8 years apart for two different experiences and say, oh yeah, that thing that I remember from that friend and that thing from yesterday, if I combine them together, I could do something that is interesting and would match and or fix the problem that I have today, visually speaking, in Figma, for example. That alone is something that, yes, an AI model could have the information from 8 years ago and the information from yesterday. But making the connection based on the fact that one of them is a poster that I've seen when I was on vacation, and the other one is an ice cream box that I ate yesterday. Very low probability of that happening. It's just like based on personal experience, I would have my own take of something, and therefore it kind of works. I don't think AI models are going to be able to do that because of the sheer amount of computing power that needs to be existent in order to basically do the combination of a a plus a plus b, a plus c, a plus d. That is like the entirety of the catalog of things that they know in order to potentially do that connection. Like probability wise, because LLMs right now are still like big ass probability models, it's kind of complicated to put vacation time memory to ice cream from yesterday. Like the linkage in between the two is close to zero. Not zero because both of them have been seen by me, but from an AI model, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like that data and that data are from two different times. Maybe I can mix them together, but unless there is an overseer, which is us for now, that says, I remember this thing from that time and this thing from yesterday. Let's bring them together and see what comes out. Um, yeah. The thing is, from the point of not being a trained, uh, like a trained model or a model that needs training, is that it can only so far it can only create and recreate thing that he has seen, and therefore it can't create shit. Kate, hi, welcome.
Canamatius just resubscribed for 44 months. AAOAHIAAOA Shinya.
Thanks a lot for the 44 months. That's a long time. Oh my god, that's a long time. I hope you're good. Welcome back. Also, hold on, I saw that message and yeah, I yeah. I was mostly talking about like the feeling that we have when we see them, and I'm like, Dario is just weird, like that. God damn it. Like that's the picture that they decided to use for many things, and I'm like, really, really. I mean, why not? But really, anyway. Heat is heating. Yeah, As so, this is for the people that don't know me yet. I used to live in Japan, and I'm very interested in going back to Japan. But I'm also seeing how me as a white person, with the way that I am, I'm kind of one of the stereotypes of the people that are going to Japan. Nonetheless, when I was there, I saw a lot of white guys, and Dario is one of these. Uh, Specifically, that picture is one of the guys that is just going to Asia to find a wife, which I think he did. But yeah, like that's the stereotype of the guy that couldn't do anything outside of his country and therefore moved abroad to try something else. So, uh, you know. Anyways, um, I don't think AGI is a thing that's going to happen anytime soon, to be honest. And uh, I don't think using AI agents and using AI coworker is a downgrade for some people. I think it is for a vast majority of people just because it doesn't behave as expected. And also because the current models that we have are too agreeable in a sense, where if I say something that is wrong enough, but also true enough, the AI model is going to say, oh, yeah, you're right. That seems pretty positive and so on, whatever, going into in my favor. And then I'm going to have a sense of accomplishment and certainty in my own capabilities. And then I'm going to be, I don't know, encountering people that have skills and what I had in mind that the AI basically validated for me is absolutely not feasible. And right now that's the case. And I guess the thing that came to mind right now is the Elon Musk thingy, right? I don't know if you've heard that, but basically they said um, he came in, he said something about cars. I know nothing about cars, so I trusted him. He came in, he said something about rockets. I know nothing about rockets, so I trusted him. He came in, he talked about code. I know about code, and what he said was really shitty, so I that discarded everything that he said before. And like that's basically the thing for me with AI acknowledgement within a chat because I can have a conversation, feel like I'm validated, that my point is right, that it's going in the right direction, and that my idea is good, and then put it into the simplest of lens of how would regular people react to this and be like, okay, cool. So the AI just lied to me for the past 2 hours. And so the AI agent and the AI coworker can be deceiving because they are too agreeable for most people. But in some cases, they're going to do a good job. And again, from what triggered that discussion, the thing that is good so far as I know, is code. That's the only place where I see users and agents being pretty in an agreement together of that is pretty good. Like the code produces not as good, but it works. The people that didn't really have the skills in the past have the ability to create things, me included. Like again, Can is the app that started the entire thing for me. I have no code understanding still. And yet earlier today, I talked about a very specific snippet of code that is important for designs related stuff. So I used Claude to be able to create something and the code is probably shitty when it comes to the files and the writings and so on. But the app works. It has users. It has recurring payments, and it's good enough for me at this point. But then when I'm looking at creating images or videos or other things, I don't know if it makes sense. Like there is a feeling behind it that is like, is this the best use case for that technology? And every time it's probably no. Like creating a design from scratch with an AI model is okay, but it's only okay because it's going through the design through code first, and then it shows it to me. So it's basically just doing the code, and then the visual is just a CSS, but it's just a preview. So at the end of the day, it's just good at code. And the diffusion models for like image generation and video generations, I don't really see the use case human wise for that. Um, I feel like humans in general are pretty good at creating content, and content that is created by human is most of the time good, or at least better, or more interesting. AI generated content, image and video is probably going to be okay for placeholder, um, stock footage, things like this. We've seen that the Shutterstock stock stock market price has just fell down since image generation has been pretty good, which is impressive. Like, um, if we go in, I think 5 years or max is going to be pretty good. But in 2023, like 2021, when everything, like everyone was pretty much using Shutterstock and other Getty images and so on to get like some stock images. That's the point. Their stock was going up, and then ChatGPT was released around here. The first image model that was pretty good was, I think, somewhere around 2021. It was like better than nothing. And then since then, since one of the models from Google has been released, it's just like going down. And if you look from 2023, it's just like straight down. So, not saying that it's bad that corporations are losing profit. I don't care. But it's just, I don't know if generating someone walking in the snow makes sense compared to just going outside and filming someone walking in the snow. I I get it, convenience, but then why would you watch the thing video wise? So there's that. The last one of the generative AI so far is text, which is still in the same realm as code. But creative text, so far, we haven't seen any LLMs being very good or extremely good at text generation in a way that the story is interesting, that it can keep up the the context and understanding of all of the characters, all of the settings, all of the locations, the names, the things for an extended period of time to be good enough and to not have some very weird sentence structure that people regularly don't use. The one that we had in the beginning was delve. Like I delved in. This is not a word that we use in like dived in maybe, but most of the time not even. Regular people, not people that have words, but regular people would say I looked into. Like I looked into a bit more instead of dived in. Research session like that makes absolutely no sense. So that's so far current models not good enough. AGI, I have so much doubts. Um, but it's the same thing as my usual take on the word AI and therefore AGI is the same thing. Semantically speaking, something that is intelligent cannot be artificial, and something that is artificial cannot be intelligent. So if we use just the dictionary and the semantics, AI doesn't exist, AGI cannot exist, and right now, what we have and we call AI is simply a prediction model from probabilities about the language in which you're talking. So it's just like after this word, based on the previous word, the probability of the next word being this one is 90%. Therefore, the model is deciding to put that word next to it. That's it. So there's nothing really intelligent, and going back to the models are not going to be trained if we achieve that. It's not going to be a transformer models. It's not going to be an LLM. It's not going to be a diffusion model. It's going to be something new, which is not impossible, but it's like we don't have it yet. And again, the current benchmark that we have, and the only thing that we check the models against most of the times is code generation. So the only thing that we have discovered that the AIs are good at is the code. Image generation is good for some things, but not most. Code generation has been pretty good, but also very negative on some businesses. And if the users that are taking advantage of this tech don't know anything, okay, myself, we end up with security issues. We end up with kind of data breaches, um, and so on, that could have been avoided if the people that were building the things in question were aware of these things, which is like basically not me. I'm 100% sure that the apps that I have could be jailbroken very easily because I don't have any real security in them. However, there's no user data in there. There's no sensitive things that, if they were exposed, would expose users. Therefore, it makes sense to not be as secure as something else. But still, there are some people that are not doing a Japanese learning app. They are doing something that are more like communication apps, or I don't know, other things that are a bit more sensitive and contain a bit more sensitive data, and therefore that is complicated to ensure. So right now, I don't think we will reach AGI very soon. That's the point of the ramble. That is the point. I also missed something, I think, from um actually earlier. No, I didn't. I didn't. One of my friend, by the way, on this message right here, now that I'm going back, one of my friends is on that basis of glorified search, basically using ChatGPT to do calculation and checking numbers. And I said, be careful because it's not like accurate whatsoever. And they were like, well, it's taking from everything on the internet, so it's probably pretty okay. And that's not the case. But then again, you know, it depends on the person, depends on the thing that you're asking, it depends on so much shit. So it's complicated. It's a complicated thing. God damn. I am so much dying. Now that we have the fan on this side, that's not going to be useful for the T-posing. I can't T-pose properly. It's no good. But yeah, other than if you have like an example that I mean, you decide. You tell me. That's 106, 107, I think, for you. Yeah, 138. You can do that, by the way. That's uh, that's a useful thing. I think, yeah. We are supposed to have 117, 47 next month. In July, there are predictions of France being at 47. And as a bit of a head start, right now, uh, if we reach 45, I'm probably not streaming because the PC is heating the room more than anything. So, yeah, we're probably going to take a week off or something if that happens because, goddamn, I'm not. I don't trust my computer. um, well, it's pretty, to me, it's pretty simple. I like, there's something about it where you do a times two. I mean, for distances, times two is pretty simple, but you can see that in between uh, 1 degree and 0 degrees, we just have 2 degrees Fahrenheit that are at a difference. So as soon as you know that uh, from zero you are at 32, and if you go to 30 degrees, so 30 times more, it's basically 30 units of two. So it's like 60, uh, 60 something. So to 32, we're going to be at 96, I think. Um, yeah, 90 roughly. So yeah. Do I use pencil within cursor? Not really. um, Hex, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? Um, I know that conversion is kind of weird, but it's just like I know that 0 is 32, and I know that every unit in Celsius is about 2 degrees in Fahrenheit. So if I go from 0 to 1 degrees, I'm going to go from 32 to 34. And so if I go from 0 to the current temperatures, let's say it's like 20 degrees, I'm going to go from 32 plus 2 times 20, which is like plus 40 degrees. So it's overall going to be like 32 plus 40. So 72 is roughly going to be 20 degrees, I think. Yeah, 68. Feels have a good work day or work afternoon. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Um, it's just again going back to what I said earlier. My brain works weird. My brain does weird things, and it makes sense. Um, so yeah. So to go back on this, um, the the thing that I use for UI design is mostly Figma. Don't worry about it. I used Pencil once or twice, but it's not good enough for my current usage of the visual workspace. So I'm still going to rely on Figma heavily. But the going back to this, the reason why some of the UI that I have are good is simply because I have enough information and enough knowledge about the other UIs that exist. So if I were to say I'm building a weather app, because that's the theme of today. um like what weather app do I have in my head that I can take as a reference? And so some people will use Mobbin, which I have a bit of an issue with because of the pricing, but also it makes sense. But like maybe you like building a weather app, so I'm going in there, and then let's look for weather app, whatever, and then in there look for something that is interesting. Maybe you like this one, I don't know, whatever. You can use that as a reference and say, I'm trying to be or create an app that looks like the Weather Channel. And it will have some, like the AI model will have some information about it. Not necessarily the entire thing, but some information about it. And that's about it. Like that's the easiest way to get something. From there, what we
Alim
know,
underscore underscore oh 09 is now following.
to underscore Alim, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Um, and if the AI model doesn't have the information, you can just share a screenshot, which is good enough. But yeah, no, uh the the secret prompt is that I've been a designer for the past 22 years. So I've been building things for basically 20 years before I started to write my own or build my own products. So it's just the prompt is 20 years of practice. 20 years of looking at Pinterest, at Dribble, at creating things, exploring some of the design direction that people are going towards, and seeing things and saying, "Oh, cool! This is really interesting as a layout." I'm taking the most random things right now, but this is really interesting as a layout. Let me understand why it is interesting, and then figuring out that maybe the layout that they have with the title and then the grading and then the subtitle there is what I like. I don't know. Maybe that could be the case. Um, and so all of that is just like accumulation across decades that now let me say we are looking to build something that looks like this app that existed 12 years ago. Like that was an idea that we had. Um, maybe it works. Like again, Can, which is the Japanese app that I have, it's like this navigation system that has been very popular on Twitter specifically, because it stands out from the rest, is a combination of some of the things that we used to do when we started doing some weird UI in 2008. But also, based on my experience, it's a bit of a callback to one of the PlayStation apps from, I think, 2013 or 2014 that I looked at vaguely at some point that had like a bit of a curved tab bar. And then if I go into I don't know if I have it um, into one of my past projects for a tennis app, we used to have a navigation bar that was the same as the header. So this is something that I've done in 2014 or 2015, and same thing. Like I had that idea of having curved navigation. At the time, this wasn't something that was necessarily easy to do. So the creation of this was basically a small PNG that was bumped at the top or at the bottom of the header, and that's it. And it worked, but it wasn't as interesting and or impressive as this one, because this one is like way more fun and good to play with because it has some elasticity and so on. But that is coming from 20 years of experience, sadly. um, and no, I didn't really. I don't like the skills things. I know you're trolling as well, but like skills is a bit of a thing that is kind of weird for me with AI models. I feel like it's bloating context and it's not good for the outputs. And most of the time, the skill itself is uh, words that you're supposed to know. So the the one that is useful, like that's perfect. That's exactly the one that I wanted to see. I was about to say, let me take a look at Emil's skills, and Emil's skills are right there. Um, Emil has done some skills for animation, some skills for design, skills for other things, and they are really good. But when you just look at the skill itself and you read it, because that's what a skill is. If you understand this, is it's just common sense for me. And as soon as you understand that these are the type of thing that you need to have to get like good animation or good springiness when you're creating like some micro interactions within the app or the program that you have, you're good. Like you don't need the skill itself. You just need to understand the concept in order to then be able to apply the skill by you having the skills. So if you just read that, you just have everything. It's just distilled context. So there is a ton of other things in there that is like how can I say that? Obviously, if you just read it, you don't have the internal skills to do that. But with time, you will have a better understanding of the animation system and you will have a better understanding of how things can work. And therefore, things are going to be fine. And your animation are going to be better just because you know how you need to implement them better and so on. So, highly recommend that. Highly recommend that to check. Um, you said the one thing I don't understand, most designers and developers are scared of AI and not see it as a companion. I think designers being scared makes sense, and makes less sense. Um, I really don't see devs being scared of AI on my side of things. Maybe I don't have the same type of people around me, but that's most of the devs that I have around me are pretty okay with it so far as I know. The designer, the thing that they have um, is this that that's what I see. And therefore, from a designer point of view, uh, because it's stealing, it is because it's stealing, and designers are not okay with getting inspired by something else and then making some tweaks. Uh, yeah. I mean, it is the truest of truth. This the fact that that the devs are just like, I stole your code. Yeah, it's not mine either. Is such a common sense, and the designers are just like, oh look, it's the same thing as that I did last time, and I'm like, is it? And I've done the same thing. Like about a day ago or two, I shared I shared this where that person, right, on June 19th, decided to post this and showed these buttons. Right, fine, all good, no issues. And therefore, what I said is I just shared that thing where in 2023 we were thinking about implementing these buttons, which are arguably the exact same thing. Um, and roughly the same gradient, the same font, the same spacing, almost the same corner radius. We have squiggles on this one, and these didn't, but roughly the same thing. And at the time, like in 2023, I wasn't the only one either to build buttons that looked like this. And so the fact that now Cloudflare is just like implementing new buttons that looks exactly the same as the one that I've done in 2023 is like, oh, good. You're like 6 years late. But that's about it. Um, so overall, it's just everything is a copy of something. And as I mentioned earlier, most of my inspiration is coming from stuff. That's crazy. Stuff that is like a relationship that I've seen 8 years ago that that just triggered something in my head when I ate some ice cream because it made me remember of something that I said at that time with that friend that I haven't seen in like, I don't know, 10 years. That just I mean 8 years technically. um that just reminded me of something else that we used to do that made a connection with something that just worked with that stuff specifically. And these ones is just, I'm a very visual person, obviously, designer for the past 20 years, but I'm very like in depth in the visuals and how things looks compared to the reality of things. And when you look at stuff like this, I've been talking about that for, I would say, a long time now. But um, a lot of people right now are doing this for music creation. There is like 3 new apps that are using vinyl and or CDs, and they are making the light kind of rotate, which means that the light is rotating in the room, which doesn't make any sense. Like your disc and your light is rotating just above the thing. That is not how things work. You are supposed to have something that is just like a smidge of something, because the vinyl and the disc has like a bit of a wobble, but that's about it. And I've been talking about this. I've been also talking about the other things with um, corners for paper. A lot of people are doing this for their corner of apps and other things, and I'm like, if you just open your eyes, you will see that when a piece of paper is pulled, it's absolutely flat. There is no like there is nothing. The only places where there is like a bit of a curve is when you have some fabric, but that's it. Most of the time, it's never going to be rounded, and a lot of people are still doing some rounded stuff. And I'm just looking at the existing uh, thing that are around me, and so that button is coming from like a very realistic button that I've seen like on a calculator or a DVR or something. But yeah, and then on this one, same thing. The beginning of that video is what pisses me off every time. You have never seen a receipt in your life. Like the receipt printer right here is it's as if it was printing from the bottom, as if the printer was here. Really? Really? That feels weird. So if you just like, take a look at what is around you and you recreate that inside of the digital, then you're going to be good. You're going to be okay. And so that, for me, is like I looked around me and I saw something and I recreated it. Therefore, it's coming from someone else. That like there is no question. And someone else is doing the exact same thing. Are you saying this in the sense that it's shit when you are implementing it? Or are you saying it in the sense that the initial ID is a very specific UI, and then once you are implementing it, you are making some changes that end up being way different? Because that's also a very cool thing. That means that you have put your spin on it, which is good. That's the point. Both, god damn it. If you want the the three rules, I don't know why I went on Figma, but like the three rules of making your design better if you are like a dev, specifically a backend dev, but if you are just a dev, front end dev, and so on, the three things that you need to take into account when you're building a UI and make it look good is consistency in typography and icons and colors, like consistency across everything. So you don't end up with like three different reds or two different fonts or font sizes that are like way different and so on. Spacing that gives you enough space around things so that user can focus on something specific, meaning that if I have like let's say that this is a block of text, right, and then I have another block of text like right there, that's going to be kind of cramped. But if I have something that is just like this, and then maybe I have my font that is a bit more like same height in total, but like a bit more aerated, then one of them is going to be more readable overall because it has more space. So spacing is going to be useful, and then the font sizes and the colors and the icons are going to be consistent. That is going to help. And then the last thing is make sure that you are not overusing an effect. And I've seen that so many times, specifically in the people that are saying, like I should get hired by Apple or some shit. And it's like when you look at these animations, they all have something that is very much the same every time. I mean, this one is not the case, but like I've seen so many videos of presentation of UI, and they all have that bouncy animation, and it's the exact same bounce every single time. There is no weight to the element that is coming in. It's the same amount of latency for the entire animation for that element. And it's just give me some variety because it's good. What's your stance on learning coding in the age of AI? Do you think learning resources such as book and video courses are now obsolete? So the good thing is, books, I've always said that they were obsolete the moment they were printed, specifically for design. Code, not really, but like learning code through a book is a pain in the ass, so I wouldn't. Um, uh, Video courses could be good, but I wouldn't say that these things are obsolete. I think that people that have the ability to learn with AI have money that a lot of people don't have access to, and sometimes buying a book or buying a course is cheaper than buying a subscription to an AI model that you would be able to use um, in a way that is tutoring enough that you will learn. So I do think that the skill of knowing how to code, knowing how to design, knowing how to bake is still something that needs to be there and that people need to have. The AI of it all and giving you the ability to have access to things instantly and instant gratification is going to be good for some people. Okay, myself, like I'm not willing to go through the learning process of learning how to code because it pisses me off. But I'm willing to go through the AI process of just pressing a button and having an app. Yeah. But then is it good? Is it gonna be good enough in the outputs? Do I have the ability to understand it? Not really in the beginning, now a lot better than before, but yeah. So I don't think it makes the books and the videos and the tutorials obsolete. I think it's a good thing to have the skills, and based on the direction in which I see things going, being like mostly people are going to have on-device models that runs locally that don't cost anything other than the electricity that you are using and so on, which is already the case. I don't know if it's necessary to learn, but it doesn't hurt to understand what's happening. And even if you don't do the thing, if you have the ability to understand what is going on, you're going to have a better time with your AI agents and your AI LLMs to build the things in question. Like again, from the example from earlier, where Jerome had something on the screen that I was like, this is breaking because we have a very specific type of spacing in SwiftUI, and your spacer right there is probably not set to min length of 0. And if you put it at a minimum length of 0, then you're pretty good, it has enough space to stay there. And so by simply knowing that, because I know the concept and the behavior of a spacer in SwiftUI, then that alone kind of helps. So it doesn't hurt to have the understanding. I don't think you should go to school, specifically if you're in the US, and spend thousands of dollars on learning things that are probably going to be outdated by the time that you exit the school with a degree. except if you go into one of the specific schools that is integrating AI as a tool within the curriculum, which is not most of them, but it could happen. We never know. Um, but yeah, other than that, videos are going to be useful, courses are going to be useful, uh, books. My stance on that, specifically on books for designers, as in design for beginners and so on, they are, as mentioned, with the speed at which things are going, they are outdated by the time that the author think about it. Um, so the reason why I'm saying this is I've seen and I've made that I've made a boot camp for Figma, Figma bootcamp, as if you don't know how Figma works and you want to learn about it, you can watch the bootcamp, and then you would know everything that I know about Figma, kind of, and then you can use it. Like very simple. Also, Chris, welcome on in. And so I did that. I recorded the entire thing, which was at the time 15 videos. Uh, and I said, well, I think, on the 14th video recording things, whatever. I said, that's cool. That's going to be a pretty good content. That means that I have roughly like 15 months of content for YouTube, so I can post like one video a month, or one video a week. Sorry, 15 weeks of content, one video a week, and that's pretty cool. That's a good YouTube spell and so on. And then Figma decided to change the UI. And now the entirety of the bootcamp was basically useless, because when I'm talking about a tool, it's going to be in the absolute opposite direction. Like the toolbar is here. When I recorded the bootcamp in the first place, the toolbar was at the top. So when I said everything that was like, if you go to the tool on like the top left, it's now in the bottom center. And now we have more tools and different tools that we used to have in the previous version. So these 15 videos that I had recorded, I just put them in the trash. And then I recorded a new version with the new UI. And that's video, which is like, was obsoleted, was obsolete at the time that I was about to release. But for a book, you go from having the idea, writing the content, finding a publisher, printing, sending it to shops. All of that is taking a minimum of like 8 to 12 months, if not more. And so when you end up with the book in the hands of the users, your tools may have changed 6 times. And therefore your book is useless. So for a design point of view, not really a good thing. From a code point of view, why not? It could work. It's not the best, but it could work. And as Krosky said underneath that, and I saw that on this, devs should be internship or apprenticeship. I agree with that. I think you should. Learning by doing is one of the easiest way of doing the thing. The complicated part of that is that learning by doing a calculator is a pain in the ass. Learning by doing a weather app, learning by doing a note-taking app is a waste of time. And learning by doing an app that you wanted to do from the beginning, that's really good. But yeah. You said, when is design too much and actual function neglected? That is when basically the thing looks good, but doesn't function. So if you have stuff that are sparkly, interactive, but it doesn't do anything, or it doesn't do the thing that you are expecting it to do, this is when the form of a function happen. I tend to go into right now specifically. I tend to go into a function first, like make it work. I don't give a fuck if it looks like shit. Use Comic Sans, use Gray for everything. I don't give a shit. Just make it work. Make sure that the experience of it, as in using it, is good enough and that it works, and then make it pretty. But if you don't change much of the function, you can make it pretty as you want, and it's gonna be good because the function is good. So when you think of, I think we talked about it before. Um, there is a ton of people that are sharing like landing pages lately that don't serve the product whatsoever. They just showcase something that is shiny, and that's it. And I don't think this is a good thing. So yeah, um, and that is true as well. Learning the concepts and things like architecture. Again, for Perfume, I had to revamp my database structure and schema and behavior 5 times before I landed on something that works. It's still not great, but it works. So, you know, that's someone that doesn't have any information and knowledge about the concepts in the beginning. I just tried to do something and then it kind of worked. It took me a while, but it kind of works. So concept would have helped. Um, Let me read that. Um, Design systems are included in Figma Bootcamp, kinda. I'm talking about components. So UI kits are kind of included in the understanding of UI kits, but the simplest thing, and this is something that I take from one of my earliest devs colleague, if it's used more than once, it's a component. If it's a component, it's going into the design system. Like that's the thing. So if you know that you have something in your app, website, whatever that you're gonna use more than once, you create a component out of it. You make sure that you have documentation on how to make that component and why you made it, and then it's in the design system, and you don't need to think about it ever again. So that's all you need to know about the design systems section. Um, Nothing else. Um, and about that of the reality of AI just yet, it's not even AI stuff, Maddie. It's like one of the reasons why I left the art school that I was in was because in my digital design classes, I was teaching things to my teachers. And at that point, I was like, okay, cool. So you know nothing. And I know more than you because I've been using the tools and following the tutorials and the thing that are online that you haven't touched ever, obviously. And therefore, I'm gonna just go the fuck away because it doesn't make any sense for me to pay this school if I'm teaching you things as as the student. And then I moved to another school, and the teacher there was like, "You know more than me. uh, I'm not gonna be there next week. Can you do the class?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And I started doing some classes in my school. Um, so yeah, Yeah, they are not in reality. That's one of the thing I mentioned at that time. The teachers or the people that became teachers are usually people that were in the business for a certain amount of time and then decided that they wanted to share their experience and transfer the knowledge that they have, which is basically what I'm doing. And then they stopped being in the business of doing things, and they became in the business of teaching things. So their updateness, their up to dateness on the knowledge was up to the point where they stopped, and that's it. But everyone else just continued growing and having like more information, more things. And it is the case for me. And I'm not like shying away from saying it, since I haven't been officially in a job in a company for the past 3 years. I am lacking some knowledge. Like I have some gaps in my understanding of things that just push me to go through understanding and teaching myself by just doing through other means. So if, like for example, I discover Wonder, which is another app that we talked about earlier, or pencil or paper and so on, understanding what is good, and you know, um, there is a difference. So obviously, I'm going to do some parallels with design because it makes a lot of sense for me, but it's the same for AI stuff. Um, in reality, there is no new tech every 2 weeks. There is a new model that does more than the previous one, but the tech is the same. We haven't seen a new tech since 2019, I guess. Um, And so going back to the learn the concept, if you learn the basics, the foundation of how an LLM works, how a transformer model works, how a diffusion model works, and what the tech is really doing, you just know that the new one that is coming out is just better than the previous one, but it's the same thing. And what it does is if you if you are into carving and carpentry and whatever, if you have a wood chisel and you have a dull wood chisel and then you have a new one and it's sharp, it's gonna cut better. That's it. That's all it is. So we don't have new tech. ChatGPT was announced in I think 2019, released to the public in 2020. Um, no new tech since then. And then the transformer models, the large language models, the neural networks, and so on. All of that tech is things that exist since the 90s and that we've been using for the longest time. It's just like it has been evolving since then. But yeah, so as long as you teach the concept, you're good. And so for the people that are trying to get into design in general and getting like a better understanding of like how design works and so on, just reading this, the Laws of UX is a website that we recommend every fucking time someone is asking about how to get better at design. That's the thing that you need to have. You just read through this. There is not like too many of them. I know it looks like a lot, but it's not that many. And as soon as you understand like any of these laws, then you're good. Um, I guess the one that we take as an example is the law of proximity. Anything that is close together is going to appear as if they were part of the same thing. So you have an example right here. You have an example in the Google landing page. You can see that these four blocks of text are closer together than they are from the next four blocks of text. Fine. And that means that this is one element and this is one element. Wow, groundbreaking. But that, in terms of design, this is a concept that's always going to be true. And this is based on human interaction. So we, as human, perceive things that are close together as together. Specifically, if there is enough space to show us something that is also together, but further away. And that's element number two. So, yeah. No, I mean, I wouldn't. Um, I wouldn't. I Again, when you understand how they work, so AI agent and co-work is the same thing. Like your AI coworker is basically an agent that is uh, running on an orbit or something different. It's the same thing, anyways. It's just model one, which is you, is sending a request. Request is processed by agent. Agent is then processing that data, sending it to the task in question, does the task. If the task requires more compute or more things doing done in parallel, it's going to offset that load to another agent. So a swarm of agents is just as if you, as the user, was going to three different ChatGPT tabs and said, you three are working together. We need to do this and work together to do so. That's basically what the agent is doing. The fact that you have the ability to get the agentic behavior of going through a web page, understanding the layout of a web page, clicking the right button, doing something on your behalf is just the harness in question that allows it to do so. But it's the same type of LLM in the end, which is he is the task. So I, as the human, is sending the task. The agent is going to rephrase the entire thing and create some sort of a plan. And that some sort of a plan is going to evolve based on the location. So your agent is going to a website, for example. So there is a step, open website, whatever. In that next step, there's going to be something like scan the HTML. From that scanned HTML, find button that does this. From that button, click on it. That's the agentic workflow, which is done on your behalf, but it's basically the same thing, just reading the page. And the coworker is basically just an agent as well. So it's, in my eyes, it's the same thing. I wouldn't say that other people don't believe that it's different technology, but it's kind of the same thing. It is very similar. I mean, both of them are really similar to one another. So I wouldn't say that they are different in new tech, but yeah, I guess the only it's always the same LLM in the background. Um, so the harness is different. Yes, that's the thing. Um, I guess the only new tech might have been uh, video generation, like VO3 and all of the Google models, um, and the Chinese model as well, because it's not text based and it's a diffusion model. Um, so it's a bit of a different system, but still, like it's the evolution of the trippy thing that we used to have. Like I don't know if you remember this, but like I guess 2018 AI image generation. Oh, you know what? Yeah. All right. 2017. That is the image generation that we used to have uh 10 years ago. And The tech is the same. Welcome back. The tech is the same. It's just like the understanding of the nearest pixel and what needs to happen is better than before. But the tech is the same. So since 2017, we haven't seen a lot more um, ability to AI generate things. And you can see like this thing. I don't know if you remember. Um, this person does not exist. Where, you know, it had like image generation and so on. One of the tell that I had when I saw that for the first time, um, if I just put my cursor on the eye, it's just always, sorry for the flashes. uh, it's always in the same spot. And these early models, both of the eyes are exactly where you expect them to be. And so some people have told to me, yeah, that's just the framing. They just reframe the thing so that the eyes is matching. That's not the case. When we were using these models in the beginning, they just couldn't do anything else. When you were asking for a face, it's just the eyes needs to be there. And so sometimes you can see that they tried to have just a bit of a tilt in the face, but the eyes don't. So right here, the eyes are looking at the camera right, like dead on. The glasses are on the side and the face is a bit on the side, but the eyes are straight on. And it's really interesting because they are trying to do that so like it's just it's so weird to me. Anyways, but I noticed that um the nose is not as, I mean, it is in the same spot, but it kind of moves around a lot more because sizes and things. But overall, most features, like right there, this one is one of the most prominent, I guess, that we've seen so far, where the eyes are still flat, but the nose is on a bit of an angle and so on. So that's it's just so interesting. Like I'm like exactly on the exact same portion of the eyes every single time. It's crazy. So, anyways, and these were the original AI face generation, which were pretty interesting, but there were some flaws. And again, pattern recognition, I see these things very fast. But now you have things that just I feel like if I look for AI image generated right now, I'm gonna get some porn again. Uh, um, yeah, I mean, we can have basically everything now, and on top of that, which is pretty impressive, we also have video posts. So you create an image first, and then you create a video out of that image, and that's kind of crazy, though. Like that's a weird thing. God, the wind is pissing me off. But yeah. Um, so to go back to that, it's the same LLM. It is the same tech that we had with these trippy AI image generation in the first place, and then we got better and better and better and better. But it might be the only different new tech that we've had other than LLMs. And since then, I haven't seen anything that is like groundbreaking AI intelligence usage. Um, what? Yeah. What are you gonna do in the managing of the e-commerce things? Because if it's managing the listing, if it's I'm not making it. If it's God damn it. Uh, if it's just following through, um, mm, well, it's a webmaster job, so I would say depending on where you are, um, I would charge more for the filling of the website and then a recurring fee based on, I mean, take a look at around you. Like what other, or let me rephrase that, based on where the client is, important. Take a look at the prices for the similar type of job. And I would say you have a lump sum in the beginning that is ah, consequence, but not like that. Consequent, if you think that it's that filling is going to take you a month, like let's say a month of salary, roughly, and then maintenance is 25% on a monthly basis. So maybe if it's just like getting in, checking that the discounts are still working, checking that the things are good. So yeah. Yeah. Uh remove for like 1,000 of them. Just do 400 and then do 400 tomorrow with Claude. Uh and yeah, you know, like all that. Lie to people. No. Um I don't know. I don't know how much like this website, which I'm not showing you, is 500 a month, um, with a single task, as a webmaster. So it's a bit of a different thing, but webmaster, they say single task driven things, so like tracking behavior and so on. Incident resolution 8 a month maximum. Above that, you need to go to a higher plan. If you want to SEO consulting meetings, this is a bit of a different thing. They are pricing 1,500. And then expanded marketing and e-commerce, they are charging 2.5K a month. So by that logic, you could charge 2.5K a month. Just make sure that you are doing something that is recurring. Dollars. Right there. Yeah, no, that's yeah, but like charge in euro. What else do you want? Change the currency. Don't don't piss me off. It's not that complicated. But yeah, no, I mean, if 2.5K makes sense, if you're again, It's your fucking time at the end of the day, right? Um, if you think that you can do the job in about 10 minutes and it's not the job that you like to do, but you know, fine, and the client is willing to pay you 2.5K a month, then eh, yeah, just uh just work with that. If the client is indeed based in a very specific type of country or a very specific type of clients that has money, then charge more. And then, most importantly, remember the taxes. Taxes are there, and you need to not forget that at the end of the month and at the end of the job, you need to pay the taxes. So yeah, um, even even if think about it, just I mean, like put it in your brain that even if it's black money and it's not declared, which I have heard nothing, no one is aware of it. Just put aside 20%, and if you can, put aside 50% so that you can have savings and shit. But the main goal for this is that if you do it properly and you have your taxes at the end of the year or at the end of the month that is from yourself saved on your own account, then maybe these taxes can be used for something else rather than burning through the entirety of the cash from the get-go, because that happens often. Um, so yeah, I would highly recommend you do that. So again, if the client is fine with 2.5, do 2.5 and 2.5 a month. That's pretty good. I feel like that's a pretty good thing. But take a look at the website that I just shared and see if the task that they are showcasing is aligned with what you are doing. And also, again, if that client is willing um, to do that, like to do that price, because they might not. Maybe they only have $500. Maybe $500 is already too much. Like, how much is good for you to do that, and how much is good for the landscape, or also to do that, because that's not the same for everyone. Like, I would be able to do webmastering for like probably 3K a month just because it pisses me off. That's me though. If you don't mind it, if it's fine, if it's automated through Load, and you know, be I mean, specifically, if you can automate it through Claude and the client doesn't know, which doesn't really matter. It's just like you as the expert has tools. So obviously you are like more efficient than the client themselves, and you just undercut the competition in the market right now. Um, you know, like again, if the current market around you, if it's like local stuff, is willing to pay $50 a month, and that's like their top stuff, then maybe you are at $50 a month. Or maybe you take on six different clients at $50 a month, and they are all taking you like 10 minutes a day. So that's an option. Um, yeah. Also asking them what it's worth to them um, is a bit of a more complex things to do because most of these clients don't know how to price or worth the worth of something. Like it's just, yeah, it's currently taking me 2 hours to 3 hours a month. And as the CEO, I'm paid X amount per month, which means that per hour that ends up being X. So if it's taking me, I don't know, 35 hours, let's say 10 so that it's easy. It's taking me 10 hours per month. That's gonna basically cost me $200. That's if you're paid like $20 an hour, then that's the price that they're willing to pay. Like if you can do it for them for a bit less than how much it costs them, then yeah, that's good. But if they're like, well, that would cost me $200, but for you it's like 2K, that's not gonna go through. But if for them it's 2K and you say $200, you undersold yourself. So um yeah, so you're good. If you say 5 minutes per project or 5 minutes per item, and you have 13,000 items to do, um, and that's like 14 days in total, and 14 days of work is 3 weeks, like at 5 days a week, and that basically means 4 weeks, uh, if not more, because 5 days a week is, I mean, 5 minutes is not like non-stop. Like that 14 days is non-stop working, no sleep, nothing. So you need to say like, I don't know, six hours a day. So that's probably going to be a lot more months. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like Dapshi is going to do it for with AI. So right now, if they can just say, if you do that manually, it's going to take you 14 days. If you let us do it, it's going to take us 7. Technically, it's going to take us 10. But for the convenience of not doing it for 14 days on your end, you pay us like X amount. And that X amount is like, I don't know, 700 times 5. Like half of the items is divided by the time. Could work. Could do it. Could be a thing that just outputs something that is pretty good. I don't know. It could work. It could work. God damn, I am so melting still. And not still. It is 38 degrees, so that makes sense. God damn. Holy fuck. But yeah, oh no. God damn. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about this thing because that pissed me off. Um, if you haven't followed through, this is an AI thing, so it's related. um, Figma had a makeathon. So Figma has Figma Make, which is their in-house AI generated things, which is basically creating code that you can have prototypes within your Figma files, and I mean your Figma files using the Figma app and so on. And they had a Figma config makeathon, which was uh, basically saying, let's create something with Figma Make and other AI tools within Figma. And the big winner is going to get 100K, which is impressive. And I have issues because that's the winner. And they've made a thing that is the visual atlas. where you just have the ability to just scroll through images. And again, it pisses me off because I know too much. This is a tool that used to exist that has died in the 2006 2009-ish era, um, where stumble upon used to be a thing. In the same era, we had like a an image explorer that looked exactly the same, and that person just won by recreating this thing. And sorry, every time I talk about it, there is someone in the chat that remembers what stumble upon used to be. And so I'm pissed about the fact that they won by just creating something that is already existing. Um, and then everyone else is things that already exist. Like creating your font by writing it is a thing that already exists. We have open source website that does this. Uh, this one is writing with your eyes, so it's eye tracking and typing in eye tracking. So it's just like it's an eye tracking thing, and that's it. And I'm like, based on the rules of the Makeathon, they were like, this one is the only one that should have won because it has like some interesting system and some interesting design in there. All the others are just like so weird and bad. And I'm just so sad because the main ID and the main thing that we had um, was for the rules. If I can find the rules, I hope they are there. Brace yourself. This is your chance to build that one ID that solves that problem that you've been thinking about with a chance to win 100K. Design matters now more than ever. This is your chance to design a solution to a problem, to test out new tools, and use them to design and build something that makes a difference. We want to see how you use Figma to build something with purpose and meaning, something that improves your lives or your life, your community, or the world. The thing must include whatever, must use Figma, and so on. The judging criteria, the winning exhibition will be selected based on one or more of the following criteria: quality of the work across the design, build, impact, and craft, quality of the ID, and its ability to solve a real problem for yourself, community, or the world, quality of the video showcasing your workflow, the design decision behind the project, and the step others could take to emulate the same thing. Building in Figma in a novel, innovative, and unexpected way across Make, MCP, local weaves, and other things. So far, everything that has won, the ID already existed. Like, I've seen an option of this. I feel like the video showcasing the workflow and how they use the Figma stuff to output something is probably the reason. What? It's so sad because it's like it's tools, specifically this one is pissing me off. It's tools like this that existed before that just died on the internet. And I don't know if that person is too young. It doesn't look like it's someone that is too young. I think it's someone that has my age, if not older. that does basically had access to that tool, and it just is crazy. I mean, I would have the same reaction with 100K. I would appreciate 100K, but like, god dang. Anywho, so yeah, so I'm really not happy with that. But other than that, I've seen also something very interesting in the past 3 weeks, I think. um, Figma has made a contest. Framer has made a contest. Rev has made a contest. Replit has made a contest. I think I've seen one on Lovable, but I'm not sure. Everyone is doing AI-based contest for people to use the AI tools within their tools. So that's interesting to see. It's also like a ploy for adoption, as always, like making sure that people are using the AI features without limitation, so that once they figure out that it's good for their workflow, which is most of the case, not the case, they then discover that it's just it's paid. So yeah. Also, Tonton, we got derailed. I'm sorry. I just remembered we kind of got derailed on this. Can you give me a bit more context on this in the project itself, the goals, the timeline, the things? And while you type that, I'm gonna refill the water bottle because I'm dying right now. One sec. God damn. I'm sweating. The kitchen is so hot. Everything is so hot. Oh my god. Uh, yeah, me too. The thing is, for some reason, uh it doesn't work as much as I want it to work. Okay, so basically, I wanted to create a fair system for artists so listeners pay for what they use. I'll build a couple of credits a couple of credits every 5 seconds. Goddamn. Artist gets paid directly through Stripes. I plan to ban AI generated music, which is going to be very complicated. um, it's basically not being able to be botted That way, okay. There's no way for artists to use this as a way to farm money. I see, it's cool. By driving bots farms to AI songs and stealing royalties from the big pots Spotify collects. Um, okay, interesting. uh, my brain is making connection. Don't worry about it. Your Yeah. So right now the pricing ratio is bullshit, and I was about to talk about it. As you said earlier, this is like a very early stage, so that makes sense. The the thing that you need to check is median listening for user and how much it is. Like if it's on average on any given month, a user listens to roughly, I don't know, 3 albums, um, or 1,000 minutes of music. I don't know. That is going to be your baseline, or at least it should be your baseline. I would say, in order for you to not be underground too fast, in terms of bankruptcy and shit, you kind of need some sort of a fair payment for the artist. That's going to be the hardest section, I think, because what constitute, like, how much is a credit? How much does the artist get from the credits section? And what would like what would be good remuneration from that? So, um, yeah, I'm gonna be here and zoomed in for a split second with the wind in my face. Um, Spotify started as a pirate site. Crunchyroll started as a pirate site with content that they didn't own, and they then discovered a way to monetize properly, that they could own the things properly. So I'm not saying pirate shit and then use it, but kind of, you know, maybe just do that. But yeah, like, again, capital is going to be the most complicated things to have in the beginning for sure. You could kickstart it if you wanted to. That could be interesting, because I think a Kickstarter with a community-based system where Kickstarter pledge give you access to credit at a discount for the beginning. Um, this is probably a good thing. You can also start with um, music in the public domain as like as a starting point. Like the music that is currently free in public domain can be listened for free on the platforms. There is a ton of things in there that are not necessarily the type of music that new people would listen to, but it could work. Um, and then DMCA wise, I get it. You would basically need to have contracts with the major labels in order to avoid the DMCAs. The music that we're listening to right now, for example, is officially a DMCA free uh, music channel, and that's their that's their thing. They say, and I don't know if I trust them. But they say that the M2Ed official is providing copyright-free music for creators, advertising, and streaming. And so potentially having a partnership with them could be a thing. You can contact them. They are like just two creators from Italy, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and then just have them on the platform as the MCA free stuff. Obviously, it's the type of music that I would listen to, it makes sense. Um, but whatever. So there is that. Other than that, it's a bit of a chicken or the egg situation again, as always, where you need you need artists to attract people in, and you need people in to attract artists. So it's a it's a weird system. Um, but I think playing with the DMCA free music, so Stream Beats from Harry Seller is also another one, which I never find their fucking thing, but probably will be able to get like Harris on board with that type of shit. I mean, he does like community-based system, and if he can kind of get some money out of it, he will always say yes. So you know, some people. But yeah, getting some of that music as well in there could be good. Um, there's probably like other things like Athena V or Athena 5, I think. Athena 4, my bad. They are doing some ambient music, but I don't know if they are like really uh DMCA free, but nonetheless getting access to them because they are like very long songs. Officially, they are like ambient stuff because they figured out that well, this is the infinite money glitch type of situation. Uh, like 8-hour videos that are just running in the background of your workday. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Uh, but yeah. Um, so yeah, maybe a copyright-free catalog would be an initial push for you to just say, okay, so this is free to listen to. This is the MCA free for me, so like that's good. And then move on to attract other artists that would be able to kind of that's complicated. Um, guarantee that there will be no DMCA takedown from your website because you have the rights. That is complicated because again, you would need to be. I mean, you would touch only the indie artist, so that's a good thing if you advertise on SoundCloud, for example. If you advertise that on Reddit, that could work. But in the beginning, this is not necessarily what you were asking for. So let's take a look at the design, other than the business model, because I'm very business oriented, but still. Uh, so as I said, these two buttons should be probably in the center because they are controlling the sidebars. So I would have them either like the Spotify one, which is retractable and then they just stay there but tiny, or just have them in the center or somehow as an overlay of some sort. But that's overall is fine. My main gripe is your concentric circles and concentric corner radius, which are not concentric. So from the homepage, where some of the things that you have, like these ones are good, but some of the other that you had were not matching properly. So that's like for example, right here, this one is way too big for that one. Like it's almost as if they are the same corner radius. So that's a base thing. Consistency on font, as I was talking about earlier. Like you have something that are not exactly as consistent as they need to be. And then obviously I don't have anything in there. And this is like not the official data, so that makes sense. But uh, pressing the play button, I have the thing that's down, like that starts, which is good. That thing at the bottom for the feedback feels like it's too prominent. I would have it at the top, and I would have it as a banner or as something that is a bit more informational of um, send us feedback as a button, not necessarily a green button, but a button that is still visible-ish, like the profile button thing. It's kind of this is kind of cleaner. I would have that right there. Other than that, design is pretty good. Button sizes needs to be consistent. Again, homogeneity is the thing. And then God damn. uh alignment is what's gonna kill me, which is good, but you know, it makes sense. It makes sense. I know. So what I mean by that is if I'm aligning my elements there, these icons should be aligned with the content. The card might not be, and then the profile picture having an overshoot is a good thing. But then if I do this, you have that amount of space right there. And if I do the exact same thing on the other side, so I'm getting the same 12 of spacing, your plus icon is not close enough. So that alignment needs to be like fetched properly. Making sure, Jonathan, what on it? Making sure that you have like overshoots for the cards, overshoot for the profile picture is a good thing. All of that is pretty good, but consistency in alignment is gonna be kind of important. So yeah, congrats. um, congrats on having connection at the banks. God damn, Dapshi, you lending again? Marcy, work on it. Yeah, 2 days in a row is crazy. That should not happen. That should not happen. What do you mean it's a fucking landing pad? Watch me not make it. um, damn. What in the holy landing pad it is? What the fuck? um, I guess. What is the project about? I want to know that. Could you ever imagine talking about a vibe coded Spotify 5 years ago? And people have tried. um, People have tried many times to create like a vibe coded slash alternate Spotify, and most of them have failed because of monetization issues. And from the same reason that I mentioned earlier, of you need artists and content to attract users, and you need users to attract artists and content. So uh, most people are starting with the like DMCA free, like public domain content, and then that attracts some users that then attract some artists, which is really complicated to do, and it's more a distribution issue than anything else. It's making sure that users are aware that your things exist, making uh, making sure that your like the content that you have is really uh, beneficial for the artist. Like uh, Tidal is the other one that is, if I remember correctly, is one of the best when it comes to remuneration or paying the artists. So that's the thing that some artists have been there, and like it's still alive, because I feel like, if I remember correctly, um Tidal is like expensive as fuck. Yeah, I mean, technically, compared to Spotify, no, not dang. Well, that's not gonna help. um yeah, it's 9. I mean, it's technically $6. So damn, damn. Sorry. Damn. Spotify is cheaper. So Spotify is cheaper than Tidal, which is what I remembered, which is good. Um Also much different, but like it's cheaper than what I remembered. So that's a weird thing. Anyway, details. So you need your pricing to be good, and you need to be attractive to the artists. Like, that's the thing. The most important part as well is, I mean, I guess technically that could work. Sorry, brain is making another connection that could be beneficial. We never know. We never know. Um, you might not need the artists. You might just need the label, which is complicated, but you might just be able to say, big label, I have a platform that pays you uh like per listen, and then the label would be like, oh yeah, cool. Here is everything we have. And they give you like 100,000 artists with big ass catalogs. So yeah. Yeah. I said that already, Jonathan. The consistency there is wild. This is wild. This is not supposed to be in there. Um uh But yeah, I guess getting community is gonna have the best impact or the best output potential. Ensuring that you get like content is gonna be good. I feel like again, good marketing and good distribution on social media prior to the launch is going to be the thing that you need. And then you need to say, as a Kickstarter, I think, um, if we reach X amount of money, then that means that we have enough to go on talks with big names and get them on the platform. Um, and then in a Kickstarter type of way, you could also have a form that says um, who is an indie artist that you would love to see on the platform, and who is a very known artist that you would love to see on the platform. So people are giving you names, then you can tally up and say, based on the recommendation from the community, we need to have these five big artists and these 100 small artists, and that should be good enough um, as a starting point. And based on the money that you're raising on Kickstarter, it could work. Anyways, I you can see how I'm more business than anything else lately. Design wise, back at it. This is bad. So we have been talking about this for a bit. I don't think this is gonna be open right now. Let me run that. Um, eh, I don't know. I feel like asking. I mean, if you're doing a Kickstarter, it makes sense. Sorry, I love this platform. I love this platform. It works every time. It's never broken. It's always good. See? Be kind to a tech. It works. It works. Um, I think I saved it. I think I saved it. Where is this thing? Did I not save it? I did. It's right there. um, that is the behavior that we like to have. So obviously the edge queue with the chevron is not necessary, but at least having like a nice transition in between the top and bottom and not a hard cut is going to make your interface a lot better and a lot smoother looking than anything else. So any scroll view that you have, just get an added uh, gradient mask for the scroll, and that will make your interface a lot more better than this. But most importantly, this thing, you need to have your top section to be the same amount of spacing at the bottom, at the bottom as the sides, but this is within the scroll view. So basically right now you're cropping right away, and I think you should let it go through. So what I would do instead of that, if I can, I doubt it, knowing me, um, you have your padding wire 4. What I would do instead is be at 0. So your padding here is just getting at 0. And then your content itself is getting uh, a PY4. So that you end up with a proper edge detection, which you kind of already have it. You have the effect. Got the look at it. You can, if I can do it by hand, that's crazy. You just don't have it at the top, but that is better nonetheless. In terms of scroll view, this makes a lot more sense because you are contained within the container, so that's a better option. But yeah, look at that transition. Oh my god. So yeah, so that's one of the design changes I would do. I'm a big fan of rounded corners. So I would round stuff a bit more, mainly because I want to match this. And if you have been on the internet for a bit, you just need somehow the concentric formula, which is like inner plus spacing equal outer. So if you have 16 and this is at 16, then your outer is 32. That's about it. So it's very simple, but it makes a big difference in rendering things. Stony, we're going in. You've, we'll see. You might not make it. We had a drop a second ago where almost, I think, everyone that dropped on the landing pad. Which is crazy, but it happens. But yeah, having some custom scroll view, a scroll effect with that fade is something that I put in place. Not there. That I put in place in Yoga, um, for the the tabs that we have. I don't have access to this. Um, like making sure that these have enough like fade, that the bottom has enough fade as well. It just makes the interface a bit cleaner overall. And even here, for example, it has the effect that it shouldn't, because there is no scroll happening. But when scroll is necessary, then having like a bit of a fade just makes the entirety of the interface a bit better and smoother and easier to manage. So it is cleaner. We like it. We like it. It's fun. Anyways, back at it. Um, Also, have they started speaking? Yeah, well, that looks like it's something that is on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. um, so yeah, so that's a pretty good thing. Um, to change to add like corner radius is going to be pretty useful. If you ask Stony, Stony has been battling with me with corner radius for a bit, so it happens. Consistency with your button is going to be really important and necessary, I would say. And then I think images, you have a bit of a weird placement and a weird display here and there. So I'm gonna, I don't know. Is this live? This is live. Um, so god damn it, bitch. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. You are not supposed to be there. Not not like that. Ah, my god. Yeah, that's anyways. So Discovery doesn't discover enough, but that makes sense because you don't have enough content yet. The feed is an interesting system. I don't think this is something that people will understand. The the behavior of these things. Also, this is cute as fuck at the top, and I wasn't in full screen, so that's a surprise. Uh, yeah, that six tabs that are not in a single line is a bit of a weird thing for some people. So I might say uh, not necessarily a good idea, but debatable. Checking that here, you should probably have this as a, even if it's smaller, like that's fine. Um, Nonetheless, now I can see my credits. So I need access to my credits when I'm on the regular things, regular view. I mean my regular view in terms of sizes, because right now I don't. Uh, like I do through that, but not necessarily through here. Chifazo, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Are you gonna make it? I don't know. I guess the stream died on my phone. God damn it. You didn't make it. What did you miss? A big ass discussion about coding AI agents, a raid from props, some questions about design, some questions about code, some questions about devs. Me writing code by hand. You missed that. I know. I know. Um, Jerome had a thing, and there was a mistake, and I explained the concept by hand. It's crazy. It's crazy. You started streaming 5 minutes ago, and nothing's there. Oh my god. Okay, cool. We have that. And then Tonton is asking for review on this thing, which we missed on Monday. So we started talking about it, and then the derail happened. Big ass derail. Like a 3 hours derail type of situation. And now we're back at it because I remember that we were talking about this in the beginning, which, you know, it's cool. So feed is good. Likes is interesting. I don't have anything that is liked so far. Collection is good because there is nothing in there, and playlist is going to be the same thing, so that's good. So this is Tonton project, which is currently just a preview slash mockup concept ID things for the Wave space, I think. And it's a platform that is supposedly going to be a better streaming platform for supporting artists by having a credit system where you are buying credits to buy minutes of listening, and you can or when you listen to an artist specifically, based on the amount of time that you were listening, you are paying them directly in credits, and then they are getting the credits directly. So win-win. So you support the artists that you like, and that's a pretty good idea. The I think the concept is good. I think the continuity is not good. So consistency and continuity in between the things is going to be the most important thing. You have I'm also on a very specific page right now. Starting. Ah, yeah, we have music. God damn it. You may have too much text. I know. You may have too much text on on the interface, potentially because I don't have anything. So no playlist, no save playlist, all of that um, is part of the thing that is making it too much text. I'm team don't show if non-existent. So no playlist shouldn't be there and no save playlist shouldn't be there either. I would probably just have playlist with the plus so that if I create a playlist or if I save a playlist from somewhere else, then they show up on the sidebar, but before that, not really. But that's a me thing. Um, and then I'm seeing some small details here and there that we may have to, you know, oh my God, there is flashing. There will be some flashing. Before we do so, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see. Let me pause that. You have sound? I guess yes, but I'm gonna have to mute this thing like very often because I don't want to be the MCA again with their songs and their music and their things. So we're gonna see. Um, what still no sound? If still no sound, I need to go check stuff. Obviously, sound. Sound. The good thing is that if I talk on top of it, no sound. So that's if I can't stop yapping, we are good. But I can't have the music in the background be present within the stream because that's gonna break everything. um, so there's that. I guess I could just do this. On the on the other thing that are pretty important for your design specifically, I think it's just like again, spacing, alignments are almost good. Um, icons and shit could make sense.
You had to know how to build it, too. But now,
Yeah, speaking.
everything's shifted. Code is a material, as shapeable as texture or color. And ideas no longer have to wait their turn. So now, the question isn't, can it be made? It's what would you make if you could make anything? You'd probably start by following your curiosity.
I'm so scared about the background music.
Making
This is gonna be pulled out of out of YouTube instantly. I know that.
further together. The future doesn't
Ugh.
just happen. It's built by design. Please welcome.
Damn. Ah. So it's gonna be a cringe fest again.
Welcome to Config 2026.
What did I say?
I am so excited to be here with all of you today. And this, I don't have to tell you, but this is an incredibly special group. Truly,
Volume wise,
some of the
we're good.
design and creative minds in the world gathered here today.
And Stony, some people have been saying that Codex 5.5 is pretty good.
Flew in from far away. We are honored you're here. Thank you. Also, for those remote, a huge thank you to you as well. Whether you're at a Friends of Figma watch party or you're tuning in remotely, thank you for joining us. We know you're here in spirit.
Yeah, I know it's not my option, but you know.
And reflecting on how this community has grown, has evolved over the years, honestly, it just makes me quite emotional. And it honestly feels like yesterday that we were introducing hyperlinks to the canvas at our first config in 2020. Things felt simpler back then. Because today, technology is moving faster than ever. And as designers, we always question things from first principles. It's how we work. And this moment of acceleration, that's no different. This is also, though, it's also a time of exploration, new workflows, and let's be real, it's a time for some big existential questions about design, about creativity, about the world. In a moment of such change, community is more important than ever.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my ask of all of you. Go outside of your comfort zone today and tomorrow. If you see someone standing alone, not knowing what to do at config, just introduce yourself. If you see someone that you really respect, that you know their work, you're a fan, go say hi. Ask them, what are you thinking about? Don't just catch up with your old friends, make some new ones as well.
That's good advice overall. I mean, at a conference, no.
Config is a unique place, and it's a unique
Both.
place for so many reasons, but one of them is because everyone here is fundamentally kind. This is a community defined by connection and curiosity and care. And everyone here viscerally understands, appreciates the value and the importance of design. We're all in this together. And even if you see someone wearing a design is dead hat, like, they get it too, trust me.
Kane, are you like ahead of us?
I config that AI will lower the floor and
You are.
the ceiling. And I think it's been true, definitely.
You are a minute and 40. This is not.
For years, the design industry has
Yeah.
endlessly discussed this topic.
Hey,
Design
my bad.
versus code. And I will just
My
say
bad.
flat out right now, this is a false debate. Code is not the opposite of design.
Ah,
Code is material for design.
we don't know yet.
For too long, tools have forced a choice. And they shouldn't. Figma shouldn't anymore either. So, to share more about what we mean here, I'd like to please welcome Nico to the stage.
Again, I'm gonna have to mute in between the things just because the music in the background is gonna DMCA me again, like last year.
Thank you, Dylan. And holy shit, hello, config.
We'll see what they are releasing. I feel like it's gonna be code related, AI related.
Shout out to Hochschule für Gestaltung Schwäbisch Gmünd. Say it with me. Hochschule für Gestaltung. No, just kidding, you don't have to. I studied interaction design, and code was one of my favorite materials. Like, I had this one solo project that I really, really fell in love with. I was trying to visualize the gradients of sunrises and sunset. I stayed up multiple nights in a row writing thousands of lines of code to get these effects working. Code was wonderful to go deep into a rabbit hole with me. Fast forward a few years. Who here remembers this UI? Let's go, let's go. This was Figma when I joined as an intern 8 years ago. And
Dang.
a couple weeks after, Dylan took me for a walk out here in Yerba Buena, actually, and asked me to join full time. I called some old colleagues, and they were like, yeah, design tool in the browser, like, and then on Reddit it said, like, oh, that's like a car with 3 steering wheels. And so I was like, I don't know. But I actually already was sold, because I had experienced a shift. Instead of working alone, I got to jam with amazing designers like Noah, Brady, Peter, and Sho, so many side by side. Designing with vectors and graphics has moved away from being done in isolation.
Sorry.
It became a beautiful, collaborative activity. I believe that we will be experiencing the same shift with code.
Ah.
It is a wonderful material, but while agents have made it so much easier to write thousands of lines of code, the workflows around code are not built for exploring together at all. We're working in silos. Each one of us is like hundreds of prompts deep with our own agents, and then like at some point we look up and we kind of like throw prototype recordings at each other, hoping that they'll inspire us, only to realize that we're not working together anymore. At Figma, we know that there's a better way to design and build. One in which we can work side by side in whatever material we choose, including code. So let's take a look at what we've been working on.
Again, I think this is going to be dinner board, but we'll see.
You're probably familiar with an editor like this, right? Like you have
Yeah.
a box, you have a preview, and you can go pretty deep. It's amazing. I've lost hours in this. But you need more space to explore.
We have tools
to compare, to get the
right there.
out so you can find
Variables, tools, assets. This is something that we don't have usually.
very excited that code now lives on the Figma canvas.
That's good.
Meet code layers. They bring the full power of code to the space you already love. And it's incredibly easy to interact with them. Just zoom in, and like I could just drag around, or over here, I can like interact, see a couple of different weathers. Yeah, of course Miami's nice, and welcome to San Francisco. It was foggy this morning. So don't forget to bring your layers. See, yeah, there I get it. And it's incredibly easy to create code layers. So I have a design file, a design layer, right? And what I can do is I can just click here, and I can click this button, and I can say, build this with code. That's one.
I guess this might be some sort of an iframe.
You see, there's a new button in this.
Ish.
Right? It's
Oh my god.
tool. It's going to create a code layer for you. And just like that, you can start prompting. And it's easy, but we know that many of you have
So
existing code bases as well, like prototyping playgrounds.
Yeah.
If we zoom over here, select this layer, we can very excited to announce that we will allow you to import repositories from GitHub or upload local folders directly onto the Figma canvas.
That's good. That is good. We talked about it before.
Anyway, but like, how do you know that if you have something working, that it's good, right? You need to be able to easily compare, see things side by side. We've made that easy too. So over here I have a couple different explorations, and like if I wanted to play them all, you can select one and hit play. Select the next one. No, just kidding. You can select them all and hit enter, and instantly you have multiple separate code bases running right in front of you. And let's interact with a couple of them. So over here, we got this nice little glitchy effect. Oh, I like the 3D cube.
I would say technically the code layer are not like bigger in size compared to design layers.
Now, like,
So
how did this S-curve was created?
I guess that's pretty
When
cool.
I go in here and I open this, the cool thing now is that because it's in the Figma canvas, the chat is shared. So for example, I can see, oh, Pete, was asking what's changed yesterday, and oh yeah, nice, Guy explained this S-curve to me. This is cool, so I can just catch up too, and I can understand how my colleagues use code and agents to create.
Sorry. The thing that pisses me off with this is that it only works like this if you have infinite amount of credits and you can just prompt whatever and ask like, oh, what did happen in the code base yesterday? If you don't have infinite amount of tokens,
This
ah,
interaction you all have done millions of times. And so now let's make the change. The thing I want to do here is actually, let me just click here. Yeah, what should I say? Now, when a card is in the center, make the background color fit to the focused card. Thank you. I like talking
good.
to the agents.
Good, thank you at the end.
It's so simple. It'll probably get it. Okay, but last though, while code layers, while code layers can be so beautifully deep, we as humans think spatially, right? We need to see things side by side. We need to see the whole flow at a glance to make the right decisions about what our users should experience. So let's take a look at how we can explode this layer. So here I'm going to zoom in, turn the UI on again. And what we've done here is we've built this feature, extract design, and then I can click on record flow. And now, as I'm interacting with this, I can just click over here, go to the profile page. Now let's go to the events. And let's click on biking. Oh, there's no events found. That's a good state. Let me work on those. And when I click stop, we will extract all of the states and give you a bird's eye view.
That's pretty cool. That's useful.
And so, seeing
For
that
once.
overview makes it easy for others to understand and help. Oh, hi! As if we planned this. Hi, Tammy and Peter. What's up? Okay, yeah, you want to help me make some riffs? Let's go. Okay, I'm going to actually work down here on this one. Because the cool thing is it's just design. It's just a design layer. So what I can do now is go to assets, click on created in this library. And I kind of want to fix this empty state up. So let me drag in this one here. Let me Option H and V to align this. But I don't know, I don't love this. Because it's a little sad. If there's no events, I should be happier that I can find events, right? So let me change this to, what did I say? I think it was oh yeah, find events. And let's change the smile, turn the smile, frown, upside down. But this is, was
I don't know exactly how it works. I think it's just basically they probably have revamped the Canva layer as an HTML thing.
this one over here.
Better.
And I'll select this one. I like these updates. And so the cool thing is, as you can see down here, when we've broken something out from code to static design, we can now click Update Code Layers. And what this is going to do is it's going to analyze what has changed so our code
That's
has the least amount of work to do. And since code layers are connected to GitHub, you can push those updates back. And when those updates are in your repository, you can pull those updates from wherever you are.
that's the thing that we were talking about earlier. Right now, it's pushing the changes, the visual changes that he's manually made through the agent, and the agent is just doing the thing that he did, but to the code base, which should have been directly done. So it's not on the code layer. It's on the design layer again and still go through the thing, which is
Personally,
bad.
I do really hope that you'll make a mess, like a beautiful mess. Because this right here really is what enables collaborative creativity. This feeling that got me so excited about Figma in the first place. And one more thing, these people here and many, many more behind the scenes have worked hard to make this a reality. So please give them a big round of applause.
Nico is really good, by the way. Okay, yes.
Is powered by Make, which we've been hard at work at improving as well. Just in the last few months, we have shipped plan mode, voice to text, web search, NPM packages and so much more.
It's the same thing as they do in the
To locally
what's the name? The thing that they do in the JS Chrome add-on thing that they have. You can basically just copy paste from a website to your Figma layer instantly without having to think about it too much, by just pressing a button. So I don't exactly know how they have decided to put it in place, but that's the thing that they have been using, and they've been doing that for 6 years, I think. Like there was a plugin before, and now it's a bit of an internal feature.
Canvas today. To tell you about the next one, I'm incredibly excited to
Yeah,
introduce Itai Schiff. Thank you so much.
yeah. Design to HTML was the beginning, and now they just have the exact same thing, but internally as a feature.
Wow. I'm one of the co-founders of Weavy, now Figma Weave. We've joined Figma last fall, so it's my first time at Config. Woo! I'm so excited. Before Weave, I've spent 25 years in post-production, first as a VFX artist and then as a creative director. I became, obviously, obsessed with AI the moment that it could generate my face. Well, I was generating like crazy, and I kept running into the same problem. You know it. Making something interesting was easy. Making something usable for real projects was hard. That's because
Yeah.
creative work isn't about single thoughts.
Uh,
Iteration,
maybe.
consistency,
I don't think so.
and that's why we build Weave. A platform
He looks
where
more
professionals can build their own creative
uh,
workflows.
Asian than
And now it's
Moroccan.
becoming integrated
Like I'm
into the
more
Figma platform.
on the Arab side,
Let me show you.
but maybe I don't know. He looks more Indian. Not that it's a bad thing.
So, this is what creative workflows usually look like. Wait, who here worked with
Also,
multiple
the
interfaces?
hairline that he has is more Indian. Like they have more hair than me.
Okay.
We are losing hair.
For those of you who didn't, nodes in Weave can either hold information like images, videos, 3D models,
I still haven't used Weave a single second.
but also
Yeah.
do more manual controls like color grading, timelines, etc. Let's dive into some examples. This simple use case.
Weave is officially
We start with back and front
Weavy
images of our
is
project.
an image generation system that goes through a pipeline of existing image. So if you have something like a 3D rendering or 3D model of something, you can then composite your image, and then from that composite image, you can then recompose it something else with like a video or something. Buddy, have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. Come back next time. We'll see you soon. But yeah, thanks for joining the raid and staying after the raid. Appreciate it.
Add your lo-fi animation here, maybe your logo mark animation, and a style reference.
Yeah,
And quickly you get a stylized render. Same animation, new style. And if you change the style reference over here and run the flow, you'll get a newly stylized render, right? So you can
I may have did the thing, but you can do the thing again.
Let's look at one last workflow. Imagine a scenario where you get product photos from different vendors. You know it, different lighting, different quality. It's a mess. Normally, you'd make them black and white and try not to think about it, right? But with Weave, you can build a workflow, something that looks about like this. You can build a workflow for style transfer that analyzes each product and applies the same visual language. This is the outcome. Look at this. The hat, the shoes, the shirt, they now look like they belong together, right? Finally. And if
I have so many issues with this.
change your workflow, you get the same set, but rendered with a different style, obviously.
I
And I have great news. Today we're bringing these Weave workflows as tools to the Figma canvas.
That's good. That's a good news. So that's the tool thing that we've seen on the site.
See how it looks?
Um,
So this is the exact style transfer workflow we just saw. Let's go to the tools.
I don't know if they are ahead.
We click on the we want to
Not necessarily with workflow and nodes editors. That's the thing. And because Figma is a designer tool
generate.
and it caters to designers, designers have more likely to kind of have like a better interface or a better interaction with a canvas / node tools. So that probably is the reason.
That we took the most popular Weave workflows and exposed the
But yeah,
and the outputs only, right?
I mean, technically, I'm guessing that Weave behind the scene is using Nano Banana or some GPT image gen. Image gen.
We have our cohesive bunch.
Probably so.
Go quickly over some other tools we have. This is the sticker pack. It's here.
There.
You just upload my image, you select Kawaii, render, and generate, and you'll get my stickers. This will work only with my image. Don't try it with your own, all right? Guys, some other tools. We have the replace background, which performs amazingly. You just upload an
That's
image,
pretty impressive.
whatever you want for the background, it renders it immediately. The texturize, one of my favorites. Anything you upload, write whatever texture you want, implement it to it, and you get it. Add logo to.
No trouble. Hi, okay.
You have your logo, you can get it rendered on a product. Simple tools to do simple tasks.
Yeah.
Or generate mockups from whatever design asset you have.
Yeah, I mean, you will need so much AI subscription for all of this, and by the fact that everything is getting more expensive,
You build yourself.
it's crazy.
Tailored exactly to your team's unique creative vision. For me, this is the most exciting. You aren't limited to just the tools we ship. Soon, you'll be able to package your own creative workflows as tools and share them with your team right here in the Tools panel. To help you get started, all config attendees will see some extra Weave credits when you sign up. Now, some of you may have noticed, yes, it is fun. Some of you may have noticed other tools in the list beside Weaves. That's interesting. To tell you more about them, please welcome Georgia and Raji.
I doubt that we will pay more in credits than in rent, but what I would say is that technically speaking, if it's more expensive, people are just not paying for it.
Being on stage with this queen today, this is Georgia Rust. No, not the Rust programming language, but equally as badass. She's a product leader at Figma and an amazing friend.
Again,
But this king next to me literally is a king.
Roger needs to stop with the jokes. They don't land.
My favorite people to build with.
Georgia, let's not leave these folks on a cliffhanger too long, and let's show them what other tools are in this panel.
Let's do it. If I come over to this tools panel, you'll see some of those new tools that Itai was talking about. You'll see Weave tools here, and you'll see a few other tools in here, like plugins. It has been so amazing to see the plugins that our community has made over the years. But sometimes it can be hard to find the plugin that you need in the moment when you need it. I just wish it was a little bit easier for me to build the plugin that I need right now.
So, starting today, you can generate plugins with the Figma agent. Now, we all have our own unique workflows, and we wanted to make it possible for anyone to build the tool they need in the moment, no coding required. All right, friends, let's hop on board the Agent Express. First destination, Plugin Town. So Georgia and I are working on an audio app design. Georgia, what are you up to?
Yeah, so I've been working on this design, and you can see I have some cool rectangles.
This is gonna be
But I
so
really want them
expensive.
to have that
So expensive. Again, as I mentioned, I burned through this 3,000 AI credits in about
plugin to randomize the
half a
type
day.
of all frame content
So,
that looks like a real audio waveform. And I'm on
Got it.
config, so I don't want it to ask me any questions. I just want it to send it and see what it makes.
and also Roji doesn't know how to.
Its journey. And before I do that, I want to tell you a little bit about these plugins.
not read. Like the previous two presenters, like Nico and Taya, were like speaking, and they have like
in the properties panel that you can see here.
a way of speaking that works, and they just explain the things. They have bullet points probably. He has, I'm guessing, the entire sentences, and
Some of the ones you see here were
ugh,
built by me, but some of them were built by my friends. A lot
like both of them.
of our favorite plugins that really have
Last time, same thing.
activity. And generative plugins are perfect to build for your specific workflows. Let's see an example. My friend Miggy, who maybe some of you know, shout out Miggy. He is an amazing designer and a lover.
He is really good at explaining things when it's like prompted slash scripted. So he's good, but also, god dang,
and making sure he's adding the right
the fact that the jokes are scripted is what makes them not good. So
Miggy built this bento grid builder plugin so that if he selects these layers, he can instantly generate a bento that looks just like the Miggy look and feel. Thank you. Shout out Miggy. He can randomize the layout, reshuffle the images until he gets something that he's happy with. Plugins can also be built for your personal needs, for your brand, your workflows, or the data sets that you're using day in day. Our friends at Athletics Agency built a plugin for their client, Alba Racing, to create real-looking racetracks all around the world. If you're a big F1 fan, this one's for you. Okay. They created this plugin using real data that charts out racetracks around the world. I can update the racetrack. Let's go to Monaco. Change some of the controls. Maybe I don't want to have those turns on there. And I can adjust the aesthetic to be a bit more of the vibe that I'm looking for. Again, this is all built with real data under the hood, so those visuals are staying true to the actual layouts.
it's pretty good.
When this project is handed off, the plugin will go with it. Their client gets not only the design file, but the tools that they use to build it. Let's check in on our agent. It looks like it has something for us. If I'm gonna go grab my waveform and open my new plugin. Okay, let's see what it made. It made me this little waveform randomizer. Let's just send it and see what it does. Okay.
Oh yeah, smash that button.
I love that. It's a little bit bigger than I'd like, so maybe I'll try this on another layer and adjust the height a bit. Let's do 50. I'll send it one more time. All right. That's looking way better than what I could do on my own, and now I don't have to go and update all of those rectangles by myself.
By the way,
There's something here that I love, but I feel like I could take it a little bit further.
Wave Randomizer plugin like this, it exists already on Figma, and it doesn't consume any AI credits.
Let's say I wanted to do something like maybe have a real song that powers this. So I could update this to take a
It's,
real MP3 and make this even more lifelike. A lot of us have ideas like this that we would love to have. But we talk ourselves out of building the plugins because it just feels like too much work.
because they already exist.
Makes it possible for you all to say yes to building the tools that you wish existed in Figma. That random idea that's specific to only your workflow, you can build it.
We'll see if now I can do the plugin that I want to do.
Minutes less doing something in their week, just build it. Or that idea that sounds too silly to actually create, just try it out, see what happens. I want to show you one more that's one of my favorites. I work with this woman, Lauren, who is an incredible engineer. She's somewhere here in the audience today. And she is an engineer on our team, but is also obsessed with her nail design. She built a nail design plugin
I mean,
to generate different nails in the config
you know,
stick. Let's check it out.
it exists.
Update the style of the nails in this tool. Ooh, I like that spiral. But I think
I mean, it's like if you are someone that is building a tool that is roughly something that is sound related, or if you are in an industry that is like very much like sound based, then once you create that plugin once, you have it as a tool, and therefore you can just, you know, reuse it over and over again. But you could just have gone
here to either make it my own.
Here and say waveform, I think, in plugin, and and use waveform right there in front of you. Like it's the first fucking thing.
I love it too.
It does the same thing.
Why I like building
Anyways,
the last few months. We have had so much fun building generative plugins. It's been amazing to see what our team has done with this. But we didn't want to stop here.
Yeah,
why is there so much wind? Oh my god. Sorry, my bad.
that I've wanted in Figma for ages.
Y'all, I can't even. Oh, yeah, give it up.
Oh yeah.
I can't even tell you all how long Raji has been talking about this. I swear I have been hearing it for months.
Years?
Okay, I'm sorry, years. My bad.
I actually clocked it at about 4.5 years, and we finally get to talk about it today. Does anybody know what it is? Nobody. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, friends, the next stop on our little journey is shader tab. Yeah! Starting today, shaders are in Figma.
Now, if you've never heard the word shader before, don't freak out.
Well, you've definitely seen them. Like, this might seem like a simple gradient, but guess how it's made? Shaders.
I'm bored with this fucking presentation.
Our glasses.
Oh my god.
I think you're
Again, I'm gonna go back there because it makes so much more sense. They acquired these bitch
how to wield them.
in 2025.
Existed in Figma, living in
I mean, they acquired them in
Are the shaders in the room with us?
2024 and they announced it in 2025.
Kind of difficult to make.
Yeah, like geek out on
It
math
is.
years difficult. I would know.
It has been in there
Make them yourself.
for the past 2 years.
Starting today, you can create your own shaders with the Figma agent.
Ugh.
All right, let's go. Okay, this is an image. All right, so I had this idea for like an effect
Aye.
that I want to put on this image in this composition, but I
I don't know. I'm guessing yes.
But I kind of know what it looks like.
Um,
I've seen pictures of it on the internet.
but
So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my agent, click plus, and I'm gonna add images and files. And I'm gonna grab this here. Whoop, not that one. This one here. This is kind of the style I'm hoping for. So I'm gonna add this into the agent, and I think agents are pretty good at picking up on these kinds of things. All right, and now I'm gonna prompt live on stage, so wish me well. All right, so I'm gonna say, create me I just want a static effect.
static? God damn it.
Looks like the effect in this image. I know you love it when I talk out loud like this. It's so cool. I'm a bit busy right now. Yeah. So don't ask me any questions.
Mm-hmm.
Be nice to your agents, guys.
All right, I will ask you questions, and I've actually found it to be amazing. Like it'll ask you.
So far, we are just talking about the fact that shaders are now in Figma. There is Figma Weave within the Figma file Canva and code layer. So now you can have code within your Figma file as a new type of frame. It's a code frame that contains either code things from Figma Make or code from GitHub
So a little bit different. So
or repo, local repo, and so on. That's a pretty cool thing.
By Ellie Lin. Now, if I open it up, we're gonna see that we have a bunch of different handles to play with, and I do love to slide a slider. So what I'm gonna do is just slide away, and I can see different phases of this. Not only that, you may have noticed this little thing in the middle, and that's our new on-canvas handles, so I can move it around, so you can directly manipulate and play with this stuff. We're designers.
I love how delayed the Canva look when it was moving things around.
Much, and I want to do this, maybe bring the intensity down. Yeah,
The
look,
lag. Oh my god.
so I can add every designer's favorite blend mode plus slider. There we go. And on to the next. Now, this may look like just an image to you, but I'm guessing you're smart and you know it's a shader. Now, this is a mesh gradient. So when I open
Basically, yeah.
all of these color points,
That's basically it. You make I mean, from what we've seen, is we have the ability to just get the content of a code thing and export them frame by frame to get like the output in design files, and then we have the ability to just get the changes and ask the agent to make the changes back to the code base, which is a pain in the ass, a loss of tokens, and a waste of energy.
Effects sit on top of the materials, and they pull the colors out of it and they transform them. They can bend them, shape them,
Anyways.
morph them. And I'll give you an example of this. Let's say I'm working on this carousel. I've already added a shader.
Yeah, and get paid because they are paid by being presenter.
And you'll notice as I pull the wires, I can actually warp this. And you can actually
That's the thing that Denny wanted to have, so that's pretty cool.
perspective. I can also change handle, slide this over and over. And I could do this all day. All right. Moving on, let's move on to the next one. I've got this hero card, and I'm using a lens distortion shader effect. Now, what's cool about this is it kind of creates that sci-fi feel. I'm like in a bubble looking through glass. And maybe I just want to take it and really amp it. And then I want to take aberration.
What I want to know is what this viable thing can do.
You may have noticed that this is a video layer. So let's click play. And I'm going to open this effect again, and as an on-canvas handle, and as, oh no, this is better. Look at this. Pretty rad. All right, now Georgia is heading to Shader City, and this is her boarding pass.
Wait, but Raji, can I have first class?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's easy. It's a real Figma layer. So, but first of all, no middle seats. Gotta go window. Hey-oh. All right, so you'll notice this inconspicuous effect here that you would have no idea what it's doing. But
oh my god, I can't with him. I can't.
Oh yeah. Let's just spin it. But not only that, you can bake in the kinds of things or ask agent to do what you want. So what if I did texture bleed and I could see the back side of it? All right, wait, I think I'm going back to my agent and let's see. All right, we get it. So, oh, all right, it's asking me for, I've already got it, so let's find it. All right. I think it's looking for another one, so we'll see if we can add another one here. And we'll apply it. All right, and so we've got a new effect here. This one's a little bit different, but it's great. Now, the cool thing about this, you know, one-shotting is a little bit difficult. Sometimes you don't have the right words, and you can
He just picked
go back and edit
a thing from 2 days ago.
your shaders and your shader effects. Now, I've got one last one for you before
Anyways.
we've got a bunch of different effects on this brand asset. And we can see here that they're stacked. And so I'm going to turn off one of them. And we've got this one called GUI Merge. And I know how much designers love this. We can take these characters and we can blend them together and GUI merge them. So we'll do a little bit here. But also, we've thrown another lens distortion on there because apparently I'm addicted to that. And then one last one here. Notice effects can be restackable. So if I put the GUI merge on top, it's actually GUI merging the
That's basically what it is.
lens distortion.
A waste of tokens again.
Stackable, and you can create incredible different combinations just by reordering. Now let's turn on this other one, interactive particles.
I'm guessing it's the question was mostly within Figma.
This is tracking your mouse interactions, and it's incredible.
And I don't think we can have them without the AI.
And if your mind,
Thank you.
I do love it. Well, if your mind is melted, you're not alone. This is just scratching the surface. The best shaders are going to be the ones that you dream up on your own. And apparently, I've loved shaders for years. I can't wait to see what you all do with what we built for you, and how far you're going,
Damn, sorry.
and how you're going to inspire us with your own creative genius and ideas.
So whether you've been shader maxing like Raji for years, or this is the first day you heard the word shaders, You can now build the visual effects.
Yeah, same. My God. Ugh. I- the crowd is waiting for the time to clap.
You can now build plugins
Ugh.
and shader effects and shader fills.
Four, welcome on in. Welcome back.
They're available on full screen
How are you?
plans.
How's the day going?
Interactive shaders, like the one that I was like, woo, that was fun. Those are coming soon. So we're gonna take the time to get the performance right on those.
Also coming soon, we'll have publishing to your org and the Figma community.
And we've made a handful of these for you to try out.
I will use shader maxing on the next stream as the title of the stream. I don't have a choice, but you know.
They're felt. They move.
After that, maybe it will be the last time. I don't.
Brilliant group of folks who have a deep creative passion and technical ambition.
Ugh.
What they've been up to since joining Figma, please help us welcome Piers and Dave.
Let's hope for a bit. Let's hope for a bit more life and authenticity in the speech. Just please.
Hey Config, I'm Piers.
What did I say?
We are really excited to be here.
It is exciting, and when not one, but two British people tell you they're excited, it means it's really rather exciting.
It is.
I might just close the stream. I mean,
I'll show you something that we've been working on since we joined Figma from Modify a year ago. At Modify, we were a small group of creatives and engineers coming from backgrounds like visual design, music and sound, and real-time graphics. And we believe that the future of creative tools is a collaborative but highly visual canvas, capable of a whole new level
yeah,
that didn't quite exist anywhere else.
same.
We were obsessed with putting the fun back into design tools, real time and in the browser. And that belief drove everything we built.
So, just for the sake of me being me and being right again, I've been talking about this Modify thing since they got launched on Twitter. And I've been talking about the acquisition by Figma since they announced it. And it's been, they say a year ago, but it's been more than that. And they only now are implementing the things, and they are acting as if, or specifically Figma is acting as if, they just revolutionized the shaders game, where everything that Modify used to have, well, it was already there, and now we just have it. So they just implemented it within the Figma interface, but that's about it. Just to be clear.
Over the past
But that is good, though.
with an incredible set of people to build motion directly into Figma. The timeline is a new design primitive. Keyframes, presets, and much more are right at your fingertips. And they flow right through design systems. Let's jump into a demo.
But yeah, now, so while I was talking about over them, they are introducing the timeline. The timeline is pretty cool. This is something that we have with other platforms. The thing is, I hope that now we will be able to export as videos. And yes, it's been bloatware since 2024. Not gonna lie. So
Each animation you're seeing here has been made with Figma Motion. And it's available to you in beta today. From keyframes and easing controls to styles, variables, and components, all the stuff you already love about Figma now has motion. Let me show you how easy it is to add animation. All I have to do
yeah,
is click the object I want to animate,
I mean,
Shift and K to activate the auto key, drag my object. Oh, after I've set my timeline, drag my object. I can put a little bit of rotation, perhaps a little.
a little bit of rotation, bitch. Oh my god.
Put this back. When I hit play, it plays.
I probably.
Find some really familiar controls on the canvas,
Yeah.
and I can even adjust easing controls as the object is playing.
And this is really important because animation is one of those things that you really have to feel your way through. The timing, the sequencing, the finessing, being able to duplicate and iterate and compare visually right on the canvas really makes all the difference. We spent a lot of time getting things like snapping, zooming, panning, drag to multi-select and transform, all behaving exactly as you would expect. But we know that building up animations laboriously on the timeline can get kind of tedious sometimes. So here you can also lean on Agent to help.
Mm.
Let's say I'm working on animations for these 3 designs. I can just drag to select all of the designs at the same time, jump into Agent, and say something like fade in all images, slide and fade in text.
I agree with that.
Concurrently, nice, try and spell that in front of 10,000 people. And then fade out again to create a perfect loop. And just kick that off. I ran this same one shot earlier, so I'll just pan over to the results that we got and take a look. Nice, that's already looking good. Okay, but something about it isn't quite right. The transition out animation is a bit slow, especially in comparison to the transition in. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Because everything that the agent generates
I mean, it's for the sake of presentation and time and so on.
jump into the timeline,
You know.
drag to select my keyframes, just adjust that timing, and then take a look at my animation.
And it's worse. Good job.
As you were watching a minute ago, Agent can also help you build plugins. And these are also fully compatible with Figma Motion. One of the things I find myself doing all the time is dragging objects on the timeline to adjust timing to bring things in one at a time. When you bring everything in at once, it just looks really boring.
Yeah, not a third time today. Mm-mm.
To help me with this. Let's take a look. So I can open the Timeline Keyframe Stagger plugin. Command A to select all of my objects. And then I'll just choose a couple of options and click Apply Stagger. And just like that, all of my objects are coming in one at a time. I can flip the order maybe to have things come in from the other direction. But if I want to get really fancy, I can also drag to create a shape with a Bezier curve and then apply that to the objects on the timeline. So now I have everything coming in following a nice curve. I honestly couldn't kind of believe it when I first got this working. I think it took maybe 4 or 5 prompts to get this tool there. So hyped that it worked. You can create whatever you need to automate processes that you find yourself doing frequently. And once the tool is created, those workflows become fast and repeatable.
I am so scared of the price.
We've seen how to build motion from scratch and how agents can help along the way. But what if I wanted my design to really, stand out? We're building 3D transforms in Figma.
That's good. That's good.
Y and Z properties can all be animated. Our awesome vectors team, the same team that bought you Figma Draw last year, are hard at work at this. It's just a preview, but it was far too cool not to share with you. This is so much fun to play with. Look at these controls.
It is.
So much fun.
That's good. I hope you had stocks in the Figma stocks prior to today, and that you bought it like yesterday, basically.
Powerful by
because this is going to be pretty good as I'm guessing a tick of 20%.
Is what's underpinning it. And that's the rest of Figma's platform. Because, it really does make it feel like a new way of working. Let me show you. This is a file from our team. You can see that
Well,
there's already some comments here on the canvas. And of
the
course,
thing that is currently happening for me is
there's also components with animation.
Spline is a 3D tool, and Spline has released Hana. Hana is their flat thing, but they use some 3D effects in there to have some effects. So right now, Figma is competing with Spline, and Oma is the AI generation of 3D things. So basically, what's currently happening is Figma is trying to compete with Spline, and they will achieve it because designers are already in Figma, and therefore, if they cannot leave, they will not leave.
This level of real-time creative control, collaboration, and flexibility hasn't existed in motion design before.
Another
Yeah, it's been up.
building all of these capabilities on top of the rest of Figma is what it means for the combination of motion and effects. Earlier, we showed you shader effects, which hugely expand the expressive range of Figma. Every effect and fill provides a set of properties that you can tweak, and all of those can also be animated. So let's take a look at creating a design which combines motion and shaders.
Also, before you time to buy.
I'm quite happy with the motion, but I want
Do.
to kind of elevate it a bit. So I'm going to jump in and
Do.
turn on the outlines.
This is, by the way, this is just 1 year. maybe don't.
On top of the animation in my canvas and dynamically respects the motion of the objects underneath.
Technically, it's just 50% down, but yeah, because of retail prices, it looks like it's 80%.
There are properties that I can tweak, which I can do while it's playing.
Well, that's the thing. You can't really code this if you are a designer. Like, if you're a dev, you can code this with no issues. I mean, some issues here and there, but with mostly no issues. But a designer doesn't have the skills to be able to do that. So, yeah. I mean, yes, financial advice of not buying it. Don't buy it. No, that's true. Not financial advice.
Moving in real time as the animation plays. We haven't got to the really cool bit yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god, these scripts.
It's by stacking and combining effects that you can create really next level results.
That's a good statement. It's a good statement.
Take things a bit further. This animation makes use of path trimming and Figma Draw textured brush strokes to create this type animation. It looks pretty great already, but again, let's try and turn it up a bit. So I'll go into this container and just turn on a couple of effects. The noise displacement effect first gives it a bit of wobble, makes it feel a bit more organic. And then if I turn on this chromatic aberration effect, we'll get some nice color bleed at the start and end of the timeline. So just by turning on those two effects, I've really elevated this design and given it a whole new feel. What do you think?
Piers, that is dope.
It is dope. It is dope, I agree. All right.
Oh my god, take me out.
For the screen, we want to reinforce the feeling of really having unlocked this reward. So we've combined motion and shaders to make it feel really compelling. If I scrub the timeline slowly, you'll be able to get an idea of what's going on. The effect can actually distort parts of the design, all while Figma Motion is animating other parts of the design. And
I mean, shaders is good. I'm not gonna lie. Again, pisses me off. The tech is great. The presentation is not as good. I think if Nico was to do the presentation, the first one, it would have been a bit more better received.
Combines effects on top, which are also animated
He
with motion to create
has a good voice,
differentiated results. I've honestly been losing days just playing with this combination of features.
but
It's genuinely hard.
the script is too scripty.
And often the results that I end up
Oh my god.
spending a lot of time getting deep into exploration are really different from what I first had in mind.
However, I'm seeing things in there that I don't know exactly how they work and what they are and how they have been created, and I'm kind of confused about it. So we're gonna have to explore probably on Friday. But
Extract that
yeah,
code directly or send it via the Figma MCP to your LLM or, of course, Figma Make. Oh, yeah.
that's good though.
Here's a design guide site that we've been able to create with some of the tools you've seen here today and the Figma MCP. And just to be clear,
No, I'm saying the script is boring.
here have been shipped in code.
That's good though.
But if shipping to code isn't quite your cup of tea,
Ah, finally.
as MP4, WebM, animated
Alright.
MPG, or GIF,
We've been asking for this for 3 years. Alright? We've been saying we want.
and we're already working on delivering more formats and
God dang,
All right.
that's good.
So, Motion is rolling out today in beta on all plans and full seats. Obligatory phrase, we cannot wait to see what you do with it. And before the end, we wanted to show you what's possible and just give you all a little bit of inspiration. So we gave our incredibly talented brand team the combination of shaders and Figma Motion, and they used them to animate the entire launch film. What you're seeing on screen at the moment is kind of the behind the scenes, like the inside the Figma file. And we kind of couldn't believe it when we started looking
Is
at
it?
this file and seeing what they'd created. It's so cool to start to see these features being used in practice. Making Motion a reality has brought together a huge number of people from many different parts of Figma. And we are so proud not only to be able to share all of this with you today, but also to see what our internal teams have been able to start doing with it. Next up, you'll see the finished film. Before Dylan comes back to the stage, we would love for you to watch it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to mute it anyways because of the fucking music, but that I don't know what that is. That these wave things, like they are the shaders, but they like if I need to create all of my shaders one by one, this is gonna piss me off. And I mean, why not? But we'll see. The 3 transform is good. This is something that we were trying to do yesterday, basically. So that's a nice thing. The export of the animations in code is a really good thing. And the export of the shaders in code is a really good thing. The fact that it also has a direct connection with the MCP is a neat thing as well. We do like it. We do like it. I think this is a good thing. I think overall, like that, most of the features that have been presented have been pretty good.
That was awesome. Motion designers are just so talented. I have always had the deepest respect for motion designers. They are able to create things that others cannot even articulate or explain, let alone replicate. And so many of us have always wanted to be able to also make that kind of magic, yet it's felt out of reach. I've been amazed as we've developed Figma Motion, how intuitive it feels, and also how it feels intuitive despite how powerful it is. So I really hope that Figma Motion can inspire all of you, and I cannot wait to see what all of you make with Figma Motion.
I do agree with that. I agree with it.
So throughout all the demos, you may have noticed once or twice Figma Agent at work. Yesterday, it rolled out to everyone, and it's evolving really fast. The Figma Agent also supports attachments and connectors, as well as attachments. Now, connectors let you pull in context from all sorts of other
Attachment and connector, as well as attachment.
with Notion, Slack, Granola, Hex, GitHub, and Atlassian. So now you can pull data from all those surfaces right into your designs. Custom skills are also now a part of the agent. And yes, I am so excited about skills.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I think we could have done an entire keynote just on skills. With skills, you can turn the prompts that you keep coming back to into reusable slash commands. And
That's good.
For compliance or creating a synthetic user test or capturing a workflow that you're doing all the time and you want to automate for your team, this is such a booster. And we've been using them all over Figma in our process. I'm really excited for y'all to try them out.
That's a good thing.
But of course, we're not going to stop there. What if the Figma agent wasn't just for Figma design? What if it could translate your code base into structured diagrams? That'd be cool. Distill loose ideas into prioritization and next steps, timelines even. Or turn customer briefs into on-brand pitch decks, or more. So yes, coming soon, we will have the FigJam agent and the slide agent, and I'm really, really excited to share more about this with you at a later date.
We should have had an agent counter on this one. We should have used the AI counter. God damn.
New materials and new tools to the Figma canvas. To recap, Figma Motion, generative plugins, shaders, and Weave tools are now in open beta. Go try them out, check them out, give us all the feedback in the world. None of these updates will consume AI credits while in beta.
As always, burn through no credits until it starts to be paid.
Code layers, the FigJam agent, the slides agent. These are all coming soon in closed beta. So if you're wanting to be first in line to try these out, go sign up for early access, figma.com/config-betas with an S. Just give you all a second. All right, you got it. There's so much more to all the launches. We could have gone endlessly deep on each one of them. And so I hope
I'm gonna
have a chance to talk more with the team.
I'm gonna sign up.
Stop by the video. It's right outside that way to talk with the Figmates who built these features. They would love to chat with y'all and get your thoughts, your feedback, your reactions. It's what we live for is user feedback. But also, check out the deep dives if you have something that you're really interested in checking out and learning more about. And you can go deeper on everything we've covered. We've got a bunch of them in the agenda. Everything you saw today, code, motion, your own tools, your own materials, it all lives together in the canvas. For the first time, it's in one place. All of these materials, they compose together. And that allows you to riff and to play at the speed at which you think.
Mm-hmm.
So now the canvas is more than where your work lives. It's also where it all connects. Like I said earlier, AI, it can lower the floor. It's up to all of you to raise the ceiling. And our goal is to give you all the power you need to push that ceiling right to the stratosphere.
I called with the script.
Make something that only you can make. And please join me also in thanking all the Figmates who made today's launches possible, and also config possible. I have so much gratitude for our amazing team, and yes, we're hiring. We also have so much incredible programming to come over the next today and tomorrow. Really look forward to meeting many of you, and I can't wait to hear what you think of all the talks. One last thing. I talked about how this is our 10th config. We're excited to go on the road later this year for our 11th config. So if you want to join us on October 15th, come to Bangalore, India.
That's the first. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
All right, y'all, that's a wrap. Thank you again, and happy config!
All right, cool. Yeah, the form in question is not working. It's a bit overloaded, and yeah. So technically, I think the features are good. I think the overall thing is pretty nice. We have some okay-ish new features. I'm so sad that they presented the code layer first, and then that it's not available. Like it's gonna be available, but like much later, so that pisses me off. Um, so I requested access, but I don't think I'm gonna have access that soon. And based on previous non-interactions with some other member of the Figma team that I haven't had access to, I have a feeling that I may be not getting access to anything anymore. So we'll see about that. But the features are good. I think the Figma Weave integration is an interesting system, but I really have an issue with image generation for product placement, mainly because as soon as you generate an image of a product, the generated product isn't the product anymore. So you are false advertising everything that you're doing, and I don't think this is good. So that's a sad thing. Nonetheless, the code layer, the code frame within or with the integration with your code base and your GitHub stuff, that's good, but it's still wrong. Going back to the beginning of our discussion today, where I want to see if I make changes in the design, it changed the code automatically, not going through here is a recap of what the user has done in the design to the agent, and then the agent doing the change in the code. I know it's complicated. I know it's not exactly how it's supposed to work, but in reality, it should be simple because the Canva is supposed to be code. So that's the thing. I think that the finally implemented modify shaders is a good thing. I think that's a good addition. I see the amount of integration that they have of their AI agent stuff, and I don't know if it's a great thing. But we'll see. That's what I'm gonna say. I I don't think I have any other things. We're gonna try that as soon as I have access to the beta on Friday, I'm guessing. And I hope, I don't know. I have direct access to the Figma beta app, so that's a thing where I potentially will have like a bit of a faster run through that, but I also doubt a lot. But yeah, other than that, um, I'm gonna be honest, I'm confused. That is the current set of things. I think the amount of features that Figma is now providing is overwhelming, was already overwhelming for newcomers, and now adding all of these, even though, yes, all of these are officially pilotable through the AI agents, it feels like so much. Like uh we have a new motion tab, we have a new shader tab, we can create shaders through the agent, we have the tools that is implemented or integrated with the weaves. If, like, I know I said when they created FigJam, which was their first additional project, right? And I said, what I want is a FigJam page in my Figma file, not a FigJam file that is not linked with my Figma file. Like, just a page. And so now we have weaves that are part of the Figma file, but not FigJam. And Figma slide would be a page in your Figma file, but no, it's a secondary file. So the integration is weirdly made, and yeah, I mean just a FigJam page. That's the thing that I've said in the first place. You already have, like, again, it's so complex. So we are here on Figma. I'm in Figma design. So that's one interface. I then switch to Figma Draw, which is another design with another toolbar at the bottom. I then switch to Figma Dev Mode, which is another interface with another toolbar and another thing on the side. I then go back to Figma Design and decide to switch to Figma Agent, which is another interface within the thing. You then have basically the same thing inside of Figma Slide, FigJam, Figma Buzz, and now we have the ability to create shaders directly within the file, which is pretty cool. But we also need to get access to motion, and motion is containing also 3D transform, meaning that if I want to get access to my 3D transform for an element, I need to move into the motion tab to transform something in 3D, to then exit the motion tab again to go back into my design file. This is so complex. Like, as I mentioned before, and as I've been talking about, the reason why I'm fine with it is because we've been using Figma on a daily basis since 2018. And in 2018, there was like 3 features. And now that we have all of these things, like 5-ish alternative products within the same product, and now all of these new features within specific files, I feel like newcomers that haven't had the ability to just take in the project and the files and the content are just going to be so impractically overwhelmed by the amount of thing that they can do and how complex it is. I I mean, this is overwhelming even for me as someone that knows how things work. So yeah, I can't imagine like a new user. But again, business-wise, going back to my regular thing, I think this is a very good move because if user is overwhelmed, user is going to use agent. Agent is going to cost more money, and therefore agency and companies and extremely expensive plan are going to cost a lot more, and Figma is going to make a lot more money. So I get it. But goddamn, that's just like that's not good. So Yeah, I don't know. It feels kind of wrong. I don't like that. Um, and what the fuck is just happened? So I mean, I guess business wise is gonna be good. The fact that at the end he just said that like we are hiring still means that they have money, but uh I don't know. The thing is, the Ligma joke came up after Figma existed, so anyone that was a designer already didn't really get the Ligma joke. Um, so yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I do think that the best features that yeah, balls. Uh, the the best feature that Figma has put on is probably the complexification of the tool to kind of compete with Adobe, but like right now they are competing with every other tools, which is, I mean, that's their point. But then again, one of the thing that is like probably gonna happen in Europe, um, Adobe got hit with a class action or something like this in Europe specifically for monopoly, and so that meant that Adobe couldn't acquire Figma in the first place. That was the whole debacle of like 2022. But the reason why Adobe already has a monopoly is because they were so performant and so good, and so designers and other creators were only using Adobe products. Now that everyone is probably going to move to something like Figma, Figma is probably going to get hit by a monopoly class action type of thing from Europe because it's just like, well, you are overpowering the market with not allowing users to leave your not walled garden, but like walled garden of Figma interface. And I don't know if that's gonna fly for a long time. So we'll see. Nonetheless, I need to find someone to raid because my headphones are dying. You can't hear that, but I can hear that. And I am dying and melting because it's like 39 degrees. God damn it. BitGamey is live. Stony, do you have anyone that you are going to right after specifically? Or that? Um, I don't know if the bot is good. Um, tempting. Who is tempted? They are co-streaming about me. Have we been there before? I feel like we have been there before. I feel like that's we have. So then let's go there. Let's go there. They are not co-streaming. They have Clippy on their profile picture. That's what I've seen. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. I appreciate it. This was a longer stream than usual because Figma just started at the right time. That's what happened. The VOD is probably not gonna be available on YouTube. I'm gonna need to cut that. If you've been here and you enjoyed the stream, please, a forward channel would be highly appreciated. And if you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. The Discord is there for that. So that's the usual. as always, if you smell good with perfumes, use that. And if you have a long list of links, do that. What do you mean? I muted the mic correctly. Content ID. My boy. Content ID. The visuals are also like things that is not good. So yeah. Oh my god. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day as always. Take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, get an AC, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye.